Quick question, Brenda.
And so
Okay.
I'm sorry, Dane, what?
No, we're ready. We're good on this end.
Okay, I'm going to go live now. All right, Mayor, you may proceed.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Costa Mesa. Welcome to our City Council meeting for Tuesday, May 5th, 2020. This is our first Zoom meeting, so we hope you'll bear with us as we kind of manage through this first time trying this technology. In order to minimize the spread of the COVID-19 virus, Governor Newsom has issued executive orders that temporarily suspend requirements of the Brown Act, which requires council members to attend city council meeting, which allows council members to attend city council meetings telephonically, in this case, electronically. Given the health risks associated with COVID-19, the city council chambers will be closed to the public until further notice. If you'd like to participate in this meeting, you can participate via the following options. 1, members of the public can view the city council meetings live on our Costa Mesa TV, Spectrum Channel 3, and AT&T Uverse Channel 99. And online at youtube.com/Costa Mesa TV. 2, you can participate in our Zoom webinar. All you need to do is go into the Zoom and meeting on the agenda that's posted online, and the link will be there. You can click on that link, and then you will be placed in a waiting room. When the item comes up on which you wish to speak, use the raise hand feature and wait to be recognized. Also, there is a dial-in number, and that number is 669-900-6833. You can dial into that number if you don't have a computer, and you will be able to make your comment. You just simply need to press *9 and wait to be recognized. Members of the public who wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, you can also submit your comments via email to the city clerk at cityclerk@costamesaca.gov. Comments will be accepted continuously throughout our meeting, and we will read into the record up to the time limit of 3 minutes. Any portion of the comment not read aloud due to time restrictions will still be included in the record. We'd ask that you put your the item number on your email so that it can be assigned to the particular item and read at the appropriate time. Members of the public may also leave a comment via voice message up to 3 minutes by calling 714-754-5327 prior to 5 p.m. for future meetings. Please note that records submitted by the public will not be redacted in any way and will be posted online as submitted, including any personal contact information. All pictures, PowerPoints, and videos submitted for display at a public meeting must be previously reviewed by city staff to verify appropriateness for general audiences. In the future, please email to the city clerk at cityclerk@costamesaca.gov no later than noon on the day of the meeting or before that. Note regarding agenda-related documents provided to a majority of the City Council after distribution of the City Council agenda packet. Any related documents provided to a majority of the City Council after distribution of the packet will be made available for public inspection. Such documents will be posted on the city's website at www.costamesaca.gov or by clicking on the agenda, which is on the city website as well. Our goal is to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act in all aspects. If, as an attendee or participant at this meeting, you will need special assistance beyond what is normally provided, we'll attempt to accommodate you in every reasonable manner. Please contact the city clerk's office for future meetings 24 hours prior to the meeting to inform us of your particular needs and to determine if accommodation is feasible. That number is 714-754-5225, or you can send an email to cityclerk@costamesaca.gov. Again, 714-754-5225. The City of Costa Mesa thanks you in advance for taking all precautions to prevent spreading the COVID-19 virus. And with that, we will have let's see, I think we're going to have the roll now.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez,
Here.
Councilmember Gannis,
Here, I was muted.
Yeah. Thank you. Councilmember Mansour,
Here.
Councilmember Mar,
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Here.
Mayor Foley.
Present. And now I'd like to turn it over to Councilmember Manuel Chavez to introduce our national anthem and our pledge of allegiance.
Yes, so starting us off today, we'll have the Mariachi Juvenil Herencia Michoacana doing the national anthem.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly lit at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous flight? Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket twinkle that once praised in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave. If everyone could please join us in the flag salute. Your hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And now at this time, we will have the city attorney's report from closed session. Ms. Barlow?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. There was no reportable action taken in closed session this evening. We will resume closed session to take up items 6, 7, and 8 following the completion of our regular meeting.
Okay, at this time, we have a presentation regarding our update on COVID-19 by our city manager, Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor Foley. Good evening, council. Great to be with you tonight. I just wanted to give you an update on all of the efforts, additional efforts that we've been undertaking related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Some of the big news this week is the announcement by Governor Newsom that the state is moving toward a soft reopening of select businesses in the retail category by the end of the week. So we will be seeking those guidelines on Thursday, which was when they'll be issued. According to the governor, clothing stores, bookstores, florists, sporting goods stores, and other retailers can offer curbside pickup as long as physical distancing is practiced and workers are protected. The manufacturing companies that support these businesses can also open. And so this is sort of our first entree into reopening. We want to make sure that our workers in these businesses as well are safe. The data currently is showing that things are improving and we've stabilized hospitalizations, improved testing, and we have an ample supply of PPEs in the state. So we look forward to hearing more about the governor's plans. But in the meantime, we have a team in place here at the city who are also making plans to resume our services at City Hall later this month. We continue to look for opportunities to be able to resume our operations to the greatest extent possible, but in a way that is safe for the public and also safe for our employees. And so we'll be looking to do that later this month, and I'll have more information for you on that as well, so that next time the public is in City Hall, you will likely see some of the same social distance measures and restrictions that you see in the essential businesses that are currently open for business. So currently, we're continuing to sanitize our buildings regularly. We're requiring employees and the public to wear masks, and our public-facing counters will have plexiglass shields to avoid the spread of the virus and to protect visitors and employees alike. And so you'll see many of these same social distancing guidelines as we continue to progress in the weeks and months to come. Related to that, I'm also happy to work with the mayor and the Restore Costa Mesa efforts in terms of bringing our local economy back, and she'll have an update on that as well this evening. And so city staff will continue to work on providing as many materials as possible to the public on our website related to efforts for businesses to understand the guidelines issued by the CDC, by OSHA, any county guidelines to help in the reopening process. And as always, we want to thank the public for all of the great work that you're doing to make sure that you're adhering to the guidelines, that you're being safe, and that we're continuing to get through this pandemic together. And so just wanted to take another opportunity to thank the mayor and the council for all of the amazing work that you've done. It's only been 7 weeks that we have been addressing this global crisis, and I'm proud of the work that we've done. It's an honor and a pleasure to be the city manager and to continue to work with you on what's become a very challenging issue, but also an opportunity for us to learn how to socialize differently, how to communicate differently using technology, and making sure that we're staying safe as we go through the next phases of reopening through stages 2, 3, and 4, which are still yet to come. And then a final quick update on Fairview Developmental Center. The facility is operational with intellectual and developmental disability beds and skilled nursing facility beds. A 24-hour response ambulance team has been stationed on site in Fairview. The good news is that it appears our social distancing, our teleworking, our PPEs, all of the efforts that we're taking to stay at home and all the other measures that we've employed are working. And at last count, there were 10 patients there. And so the facility is ready to address a larger population if need be. Hopefully, we're all continuing to do the same good work around keeping the pandemic contained. And so currently we have just 10 patients, and just glad to be working in collaboration with all levels of government on that facility as well. And so a lot of work going on related to COVID-19. Please feel free to visit our website for additional information. And thank you to our mayor and council for your incredible leadership, and for everyone who's listening, please be safe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that report, and thank you and your team. I know it's a lot of work, and we're all relying on you all. So we are grateful that you're at the helm. Just real quickly, I wanted to make sure, Mr. Bora, are we getting feedback on my end, or was that just on the one speaker? You can text me. So I'm going to move on to the presentation. Ms. Green, I'm just going to quickly go through. We met on Friday with the Restore Costa Mesa recovery team. And I want to thank council members Reynolds, Guinness, and Chavez for working very closely with our city staff and having the item that we have before us tonight regarding the opening of the parks. Thank you for doing that work for us so that we can move forward with regard to our parks and our recreational spaces. And then I wanted to also thank council members Reynolds and Marr for the excellent work that you're doing with regard to the food distribution drives that are going on in our community to help feed our most needy. And I love how Councilmember Marr describes it as using Councilmember Reynolds' roller coaster training to create the distribution drive pickup lanes. So thank you for bringing your skill sets to the cause. And then also thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, for helping out on the recovery team and being willing to take on the challenge of the commercial office space. I'm waiting for the slides, which is why I'm kind of talking so much. Are the slides coming?
Mayor, we're working on it. We're
Okay,
having
All
a
right.
little bit of technical difficulty
Okay.
there.
I'll just go through them and then you can catch up to me. How's that? Because I don't want to waste time. I know we have a lot to get through.
Thank you.
So basically, when we met on Friday, what we did was we put a group together. There was about 43 people on the Zoom call, and it was a really productive meeting. The goal for the first meeting was to just lay the groundwork, let everyone know in the business community and the community leaders, faith-based leaders, kind of what the 4 stages of the governor's order were. Talk about what is the goal for the group, break into several different focus areas, specialties in terms of hospitality and retail, community services and testing, faith-based communities, entertainment venues, and the like. And then we went through and Ms. Carol Harrison gave an update on what is our current economic outlook for the city of Costa Mesa so that we could educate the business community here about what's happening. And then also she went through what are some of the actions that we've taken here locally in Costa Mesa that are to assist our local businesses. And I'm just going to read through this real quick because the slide's not up, but we protected tenants from eviction while safeguarding landlords' property rights. We protected residents, patrons, and employees from transmission risks while assessing essential services. We developed comprehensive COVID-19 business and community resource guides on the city website, conducted virtual town hall technical assistance training for businesses for SBA loans. Thank you to, okay, we're on slide 4 or 2. Sorry, there we go. So these are all the things that we've done here in the city to help our assist our local businesses. And as you can see, we've been doing a lot from creating this Shop Local campaign to being a resource for businesses, reopening the golf courses and certain parks to begin planning for phase 2 reopenings, and surveying local businesses to assess their needs, vulnerabilities, and capability to reopen under safe practices. Next slide. And so what we learned last week from, and this is all what we shared with the team, what we learned last week from the county, Dr. Quick, who is our public health officer, is that here's what we currently have in place in terms of preparing and being ready for the surge and having hospital capacity and having the proper guidelines in place. And then here's what we need, which is on the right-hand side: more ventilators, we need more PPE, we need some insights into the CDC. And I think since the slide was created, they've done that. Stronger collaboration between all stakeholders in the county's healthcare system to achieve readiness. And we're getting there. We also got an update on Friday. All of the 34 mayors were invited to a call with the CEO and with Dr. Quick to get an update on testing, on the CARES Act funding, as well as on what are some guidelines that they're working on. And basically the testing is ramping up, and we should all be grateful for that. There will be within the week, testing will have gone from about 600 tests a day to their goal is 4,000. And they will be providing testing opportunities to not just symptomatic individuals, but asymptomatic in all of the essential worker categories. And so that was news that was helpful, and it will help us as we reopen. Next slide. So we also discussed with the group what the Orange County Board of Supervisors voted on with regard to the guidelines that they passed, and that's indicated in this slide. And then what we were told on Friday from the CEO and from Dr. Quick is that other than these guidelines, which are physical distancing, hand washing, the personal protective equipment, testing, masks, facial coverings, etc., that they will be deferring to the CDC guidelines for industry-specific practices. So that was kind of our launching point to begin to have a dialogue with the individuals about what are some guidelines and best practices that they're already working on. So we started collecting all of those even as early as last Friday. And then we just went through, and I'll go through it real quickly. Next slide. We went through the state plan for reopening. We're in phase 1. Some of us are calling it 1B because of what the city manager shared in terms of what's going to happen on Friday. We'll be ready for phase 2, stage 2, according to the governor's plan, when we have all these different categories and indicators met. We're pretty close to that in Orange County, and that's why some of the cities are starting to relax some of the restrictions. Next slide. And then here's the federal guidance under the CDC and what the White House guidance is requiring with regard to reopening and what we need to do to get to stage 2, all the actions that are needed by government, business, and individuals to get from stage 1 to stage 2. And according to the governor, stage 2 should be here, within a week or so. And so we're working really hard to plan for stage 2. Next slide. And stage 2 will be after those few that Ms. Farrell-Harrison read off. Stage 2 will be, the next phase is retail, that would be curbside pickup, manufacturing, commercial office space where telework is not possible. And then of course, we're already in the process of opening up more public spaces. And then the city staff are working on opening up City Hall. But in order to do this, we're also going to need to open up childcare facilities so that parents who work will have an ability to do so, to have their children in childcare. And so these are all things that are getting worked on right now. Stage 2 may also include restaurants with proper physical distancing and other protocols, as well as no contact car washes, landscaping services, and the like. Next slide. And then to get from stage 2 to stage 3 and then get to stage 4, stage 3 is the higher risk workplaces. This is the governor's plan. According to the plan, stage 3 workplaces would be things that were more like personal care, hair and nail salons, gyms, fitness centers, entertainment venues, sports without live audiences, in-person religious services, churches, weddings, etc. And then stage 4 is really the end of the stay-at-home order, where we open it up to all of our favorite things: concerts, performances, sporting events at conventions, live audiences at sporting events, etc. So those are the 4 stages, and that's the framework from which our group is working, and which the work that's being done around the whole county is being conducted within. And so we also had a conversation with the team on Friday about whether there were opportunities, even though we're not in stage 3, where we could maybe start to utilize some of those entertainment venues to be more like stage 2 type of uses. So they're going to be bringing forth ideas for the council to consider in that regard as well. Next slide. This is from yesterday's update. So as Ms. Farrell-Harrison indicated, some of the offices, seating and dining at restaurants, shopping malls are not included in this low-risk workplaces that he has announced for Friday, but those will be soon to come. And so we'll be working on that. Bookstores, florists, sporting goods, anything that can be curbside. That's basically what they're saying can open up very soon, within the week. Next slide. And then in the presentation, we also had a chance for Mr. Inlows, who is our economic development manager, to give a update to the group about Costa Mesa's BACK program and all the great work that he's doing with regard to really identifying what the needs of businesses are, how do we promote Costa Mesa businesses, and how do we rev up our economy. Next slide. And then yesterday and today, we learned that the cities of Laguna Beach and San Clemente began reopening their beaches with their limited access. And then also Huntington Beach today is going to be opening with limited access and restrictions as to active uses. And so I want to thank our Assemblywoman, Kari Petrie Norris, for her efforts to work with those cities to help them to get open. And I know that everyone is anxious to be able to enjoy our beautiful outdoors and our beaches in a safe way. Next slide. Hey, that's all I had on the update. But what was great about the meeting was that it was helpful to the group to get to know what are the stages, and that they can be ambassadors for their specific industries to be able to help us to create best practices, to come back to the council and approve something pretty quickly so that we can reopen in a very safe way, but one that really takes advantage of all the amazing talent that we have right here in Costa Mesa, and the business owners and community leaders that we have here. So that's all I had on that report, and I appreciate the time, and I appreciate all the work. Our next meeting is on Friday. And if you have best practices, if you're a community member watching and you think that you have good ideas, please send them to our city emails, and we will include those in our conversation for Friday. Thank you. Oh, I'm in charge, sorry. Okay, I'm waiting for somebody else to do something. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to use two devices here. Okay, the next presentation is the proclamation for Mental Health Awareness Month. And this month is Mental Health Awareness. I think it's appropriate given that there's a lot of concern about people's mental well-being and their health as we all stay in for so long and don't have access to our normal lives. And so in recognition of Mental Health Awareness Month for May of 2020, including maternal mental health, whereas mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being, and whereas the current pandemic situation, including physical distancing and closure of non-essential businesses and the resulting economic impacts, are great stressors on many. And whereas, I'm not going to read all of these things, you can read it for yourself. The City of Costa Mesa provides mental health supports to all employees and maintains listings of mental health resources for the community in a prominent location on the city website. Therefore, I, Katrina Foley, Mayor of the City of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim May 2020 to be Mental Health Month and urge all citizens, private institutions, businesses, and schools to recommit our communities to increasing awareness and understanding of mental illness and the need for appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental illnesses. Dated May 5th, 2020. Thank you. We will now move to public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Brenda Green, City Clerk. And we have a number of emailed comments that came in, and we will read those first. And then members of the public, if you're currently in the waiting room, if you would please raise your hand. And if you're via phone, you raise your hand by *9. And so, and then I will call on you, and when it's your turn to speak, I will unmute you and alert you that you're unmuted. And so right now we currently have 3 members of the public with their hands raised. If you would please wait, we'll read these other comments first, and then we will get to you. And then we'll go ahead and start. And let me get my timer going. Thank you. This one's from Samuel Goldstein. Make the 73 toll road a freeway sooner, not later. Consider using the 73 right away for new transportation alternatives. Find more creative solutions for lessening congestion and increasing mobility. The original idea and promise of the 73 involved a 2-part public benefit. First, this privately financed and user-funded toll road would become a freeway in 30 years. Second, other roads, meanwhile, would be less congested as drivers willing to pay to save time would use the 73. It's been 33 years since the 73 was built for 2.3 billion, over 400% over the initial TCA claim that the project would only cost 858 million. But it will be another 33 years until 2053 before the debt is paid off and the tolls are lifted. The motoring public should not have to wait so long, more than twice as long as promised. Something must be done. The tolls on the 73 have reached levels that commuters find prohibitive. Congestion has increased on the 5, the 405, and especially Pacific Coast Highway in the South County cities along the San Joaquin corridor, yet the 73 toll road remains unclogged virtually 24/7. Making better use of the 73 surplus capacity and also better use of its generous right-of-way can lessen congestion and increase mobility in South County. There is room for rapid bus and carpool lanes, also possibly emerging technologies such as Elon Musk's Hyperloop. The rub is the debt. The 73 bondholders, county leaders should pursue creative solutions. It starts with intention to end this inequity and inefficiency. The 73 is open, often empty, not free, yet it's most of the motoring public that pays the real price in lost time and productivity. The TCA has been creeping outside their mission for the past 5 years, trying to add toll lanes on the freeways and fund roads for private developers. This is the wrong path for this agency that has 30 years of financial failure. It is time the bonds are paid down and this redundant agency put to rest. We have OCTA and Caltrans that can more effectively handle the transportation needs. Finally, consider extending the 57 mostly over the Santa Ana flood channel all the way to the 73, which would effectively link North and South County and take pressure off the 55. The original notion was to get a publicly beneficial road built with private money. That's been done. Let's find a way to retire the debt on a timetable closer to the original plan, make the 73 a freeway, and make use of the 73 right-of-way, which is now a grossly underused asset. Thank you.
I'm Flo Martin. I understand that $200,000 have been set aside in the city budget for traffic synchronization. Considering today's COVID reality, fewer drivers are using our streets. That budget line item should be deleted.
This one is from Denise Betancourt. The essence of corruption is taking a small amount of money from a large group of people, then giving a large amount of money to a small group of insiders. That is what many believe is going on at the TCA, the toll roads, a run-amok government agency. The TCA had been a bad deal for taxpayers almost from inception. Formed as a joint power agreement in Orange County in 1986, TCA was to plan, finance, construct, and operate the toll roads, pay off its debt, and finally return free highways to taxpayers. In 1998, TCA commenced full operation with combined construction debt, $2.9 billion maturing in 2033 and 2040. Total debt service would have been approximately $5.8 billion over the life of the bonds. Low driver usage caused TCA revenue projections to be overstated, and thus debt service obligations could not be met. This income shortfall necessitated repeated refinancing and increasing reliance on capital appreciation bonds. These bonds allow current interest to be deferred and added to principal, so that debt grows instead of diminishing. 20 years later, TCA debt has ballooned to $4.7 billion, even after 2 decades of principal and interest payments on the original $2.9 billion debt. TCA will pay another $6.9 billion in interest to mature that debt, making projected principal and interest payments of $11.6 billion through 2053. This debt will mature 13 to 17 years later than expected. Local taxpayers will have paid for the original road at least 5 times. Combined toll revenue in 2018 was $380 million and developer fees were $32 million. Residents will be paying increasing tolls and developers will be paying increasing impact fees through 2053 for another 13 to 17 years longer than the original plan. On top of that debt service load, there are the growing annual operating costs of TCA bureaucracy. TCA has not built a road in 20 years, but tolls are now almost $9 one way on the 73 toll road. Developer fees are about $4,000 to $6,000 per new single-family residence built in the 12 South OC cities and in rapidly growing unincorporated areas like Ladera Ranch. Meanwhile, most local residents avoid the toll roads, leaving them underused almost every hour of every day, a waste of capital and a deterrent to mobility. This silent tax needs to stop. as it drives up the cost of housing and doing business in Orange County. TCA's sustainability is tenuous. They admit that there can be no assurances that the toll rates that are established will produce sufficient toll revenues to permit the payment of debt service. In short, as tolls get too high, riderships. Thank you. That's next comment, please.
From Aviva Goldman, I feel that you have done a great job by keeping our beaches closed. This weekend, since it opened, brought everyone from LA, Riverside, etc. to our beaches. I personally have stayed home for 8 weeks and feel that opening the beaches to as many people as were there this past weekend is dangerous and can bring the low numbers of CV-19 in Newport Beach and surrounding areas to a greater number. Please, please close the beaches for another few weeks to keep us healthy.
This next one is from Michelle Schumacher. As council members, how do you feel about the following activity of the TCA, the toll roads, a joint powers agreement, and OC?
Ms. Green, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. It's very, very staticky. It's very hard to hear you.
Okay, let's sit closer. Can you hear me better now?
It's something with your, it sounds like you have a frog in your throat. Sorry. It's something to do with how when you speak, it's coming out froggy. I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay, now you don't have any sound at all. I'm not sure if you're speaking.
She's muted.
Okay, Ms. Green, you have it on. Thank you.
I can. All right. Stacy, can you go ahead and speak?
I'll continue with some comments while they figure that out. This is from Lindsay Bassard. I'm writing to thank Council for continuing to follow Governor Newsom and CDC guidelines regarding COVID-19 safety measures. As a resident of Costa Mesa, Mesa Verde, and employee in the local school district, these directives are keeping me and my family safe. Please do not fold to the vocal minority who wish to put their own selfish needs ahead of the public good. We are all making sacrifices. Things like playing golf, again, can wait. Thank you. From Kim Hendricks, these attachments have been provided to City Council and are posted on the website. Regarding the Fairview Park contract for maintenance that began in April of 2017, it was modified in October of 2018 and ended in April of 2020 for 3 years, not to exceed $950,000. Task 3 listed on the attachment, which refers to an on-site project manager, was not being done well before COVID. Task 4 listed regarding grasslands and oak trees. There are no grasslands. If demand is not met, payment should not be made. Task 2 listed, how can there be reports on grasslands if they don't exist? I would like to see the reports. There are 5 acres of grassland, not 3. I have talked with the Fairview Park administrator several times and still have not seen the reports. I have no problem spending money. And time is up on that one. From R. Bustamante. I am from Santa Ana, but I'm residing in Costa Mesa. This is why I extend this email to you. This morning, I had the enormous displeasure of reading about former mayors of Costa Mesa sending the City Council a letter demanding the reopening of city parks and golf courses, along with gripes about rental forbearance. May I extend another suggestion and not a demand? Firstly, these former mayors no longer have the power to demand anything. I am absolutely disgusted in the amount of entitlement among spoiled Americans who much rather risk lives, even down to their own, in order to resume usual pleasures. in a world that will no longer be the usual normal. I'd say so gladly. The council has operated in a way that benefits protection of the people in a pandemic. How dare others so entitled bully you because these life-saving measures are inconvenient? Americans have demonstrated a great disrespect for authorities and those who speak on behalf of the people. It's alarming. Do not waver in what you know is correct or succumb to pressures from anyone. To the subject of rental forbearance or help in any form, may the former officials speak for themselves. They have monies that the rest of the working people do not. Perhaps some of their colleagues are landlords and don't like the ideal of helping tenants because money now is much greater than extending goodness to the people who put them in these lucrative positions during a pandemic. To open up trails to exercise seems reasonable enough with restrictions enforced. Perhaps their golf courses can wait, but if not, the rules need to be enforced, and so do abbreviated hours, no matter how much they whine. The disrespect is insane. Do not listen to them on rental issues. They have no place, no say, and certainly no regard for the people. Continue doing the right thing as you have been. Many will thank you for it, even if many do not. Their lack of humanity should never persuade you to become inhumane, because the truth is that those who lack compassion for many lack compassion for all. Thank you.
Go ahead and step in now. I have learned, this one is from Geraldine Martin. I have learned today that our soup kitchen on 19th is no longer allowed to serve our homeless population indoors, and that they must take their meal and leave. I'm writing on behalf of this community in an effort to persuade the council to allow the soup kitchen to continue to serve this community, just as it has been doing within the guidelines mandated by the state. Each meal, the volunteers now only allow a maximum of 15 people in the dining room, which holds 50. As one person leaves, another is let in. Prior to that, the table and chair is disinfected. Why would we not continue with this process? This one meal a day may be the only meal these people have, with an opportunity to sit down and enjoy that meal. Let's remember the definition of essential, and this one meal is essential. Please overturn this confusing decision to turn people away from the one consistency that they can depend on each day and allow them to eat their meal indoors. As we are beginning to open more businesses back up, why would we tighten the requirements for this one population? Thank you for your consideration.
From Chris Anthem, please let people go in and sit down to eat their one hot meal of the day.
Okay.
Stacy's on mute.
Hello, whoever's speaking now needs to be on unmuted.
Okay, last one I have. Please let people go in and sit down to eat their one hot meal of the day.
Okay, Ms. Green, is that the last public comment? And we'll move over to the participants, the attendees waiting in the waiting room.
Mayor Foley, we do have more comments.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'll continue. Let's see. Sadly, today, the Costa Mesa Fire Department shut down the Someone Care Soup Kitchen for sit-down eating. The CMFD came in after the first group of people came in and sat down and started eating their meal. CMFD came in and made everyone get up and leave. The soup kitchen has been bending over backwards and standing on their heads with all the new requirements to stay open. Everyone has a face covering. Only about 15 people are allowed in at one time. They usually have 50 chairs. Now each person only gets one serving, whereas folks used to be able to go back for second and third helpings. Only the staff can pour drinks from a drink station, whereas it used to be pitchers of drinks on every table and help yourself. After the entire group of 15 is done eating, they wipe down all chairs and tables and let the next group of 15 in to sit and eat. Why now, a month and a half in? The soup kitchen is the one place where many people can sit down and eat their only meal of the day. Please consider being a voice for the voiceless and the least of these. Thank you for your time in reading this.
Okay. Open letter to the Costa Mesa City Council. We, the undersigned former Costa Mesa mayors, call on our successors in office to immediately vote on reopening those parts of the economy that can be safely reopened. As former mayors and elected officials of Costa Mesa, we understand more than anyone else how tough some of these decisions are to make. Now that we here in Orange County have flattened the COVID-19 curve, we need to follow the County Board of Supervisors' lead and re-vote on the issues that have closed down our city. We are not calling for an end to common sense practices aimed at guarding the public health. We indeed we're calling for common sense, for our public officials to remember that they have the public's trust only insofar as they trust the public. In the past several days, some of Costa Mesa's public officials have revealed a contempt for the public. Failing to plan for a crisis, they responded with panic. They brought a sledgehammer to a problem that requires a scalpel. In doing so, they have further endangered the public's health. They still fail to understand that crushing an economy produces joblessness, kills businesses, slashes household income, and strangles the flow of sales tax revenue to governments that need it now more than ever. Specifically, Costa Mesa City Council has shut down public parks in which voluntary social distancing might have reasonably have created public health, threatened with fines golf courses that plan to open with a range of self-imposed practices, including no golf carts, no gatherings, and no cash, closing the city's trail system that brings fresh air and exercise to our youth, created for commercial tenants a new right, the right to refuse to pay rent. Among the first to take advantage of this squatter's right have been such global brands as Louis Vuitton and Tickets.com and other publicly traded companies. These and others are using a legitimate public health crisis to shift their business costs onto others. When the public goes out at night in a major city, we can see who our neighbors really are. When our officials are the cause of the blackout and then use the darkness to expand their power over daily life, we can see who our officials really are. This is a moment of truth for our local officials. We expect them to act on our best interests. We count on them to remember the Constitution they swore to protect. We expect them to remember that they govern only because the people have allowed it. Please revote these issues at your next council meeting. Your community is waiting. Signed by James Rickheimer, former mayor, Sandra Guinness, former mayor, Steve Menzinger, former mayor, Eric Beaver, former mayor, Gary Monahan, former mayor, and Alan Mansour, former mayor. The next public comment is from Peggy Partnoff regarding One Metro West. I'm communicating my strong concerns regarding One Metro West project and its proposed zone changes. Before I list my concerns, I do want to state that I'm a proponent of forward-thinking and responsible development. My family has lived in Orange County for over 80 years, and our family members have professionally participated in the development of Orange County's impressive housing and commercial projects and entertainment attractions. I state my concerns as a lifetime resident, property owner, and champion of the quality of life enjoyed in Orange County. It is very difficult for the public to express these concerns within the video format of public meetings, so I hope this serves as effective communication. The general plan amendments that applicant Rose Equity seeks in revising zoning ordinance from MP to PDRHD is headed in the wrong direction for the city of Costa Mesa and our current new normal status. The recent COVID pandemic has very effectively demonstrated an important principle to our nation. It is made in USA, local production, local jobs. Our ability to produce equipment and hard goods for consumers and commercial industry promotes healthy self-sufficiency, local skilled employment, and keeps our economy going forward. To reduce or eliminate the business and industrial area zone to provide this cornerstone of our community makes no sense in our goal of healthy, diverse, and sustainable economy. This light industry corner on Sunflower Avenue is the perfect location for such revenue-producing business that employ skilled locals. As their neighbor, a homeowner in the state streets, I can attest to the low income impact that has been experienced with proper regulations and enforcement. We need to avoid stack and pack residential developments that do not effectively restrict their negative and unavoidable impact on community traffic, infrastructure, environment, health concerns, and balanced community development. The current state of California's leadership agenda and mandated housing may soon experience changes with a focus on business development to improve and sustain our economy. The political climate is such that many changes in California nationwide may be addressed. Let us not be rushed by the applicant or other players to make a hasty decision on such a landmark decision as the proposed zoning changes that will hinder our potential and forever change the landscape of our city. And this letter goes on for 2 more pages, but we are out of time. And so now we'd like to go to the public comment. Again, if you are wanting to speak on general public comments on items not on the agenda, then please raise your hand. And we are going to start with Mary S. We're going to allow you to talk. All right, you are unmuted, Mary S. If you could please unmute your own computer. All right. We're waiting for Mary S. to unmute your computer.
Unmute it.
There you go.
Okay.
Yes,
And
please begin.
thank you. In 2010, Triangle Square attempted to put a digital advertising beacon atop their center, a flashing, blinking, color-changing sign at one of the busiest intersections in Costa Mesa, 19th and Newport. The residents formed a committee and fought this 1,100 square foot sign. Fast forward to 2019, Triangle Square again submitted a plan to add not 1, but 3 digital signs, moving, blinking, flashing, color changing every 6 seconds. But instead of the 1,100 square foot sign of 10 years ago, this one is to be 3 signs for a total of 2,650 square feet on all sides of Triangle Fair, affecting Harbor and 19th, Newport and Harbor, Newport and 19th, one of the heaviest traveled areas because being the end of the 55 freeway. The third-party billboards will cause a glow for miles in every direction. Lights so brilliant in the daytime, they have to be dimmed in the evening. Neighbors on the east side, west side especially will see every blink and glow of these advertising signs. Drivers will be distracted, pedestrians will be put in peril, plus additional danger to bicyclists. In an attempt to sweeten this deal, the city has been offered 20% of the profits to be delayed for 3 years. This is sounding more like a backroom deal to bypass our own ordinance against this type of signage. If these signs are allowed, every business will apply for the same access to digital signs. Think about it. The further complication in this issue is the Mayor Foley accepted over $18,000 from the Mateen family, owners of the Triangle Square. This hearing has been postponed until July, so more community input can be obtained. In other words, a little snake oil needs to be added to the deal to persuade residents to give up their enjoyment of their homes and their city. Keep this on your radar. It's not going to go away. Don't be diverted by COVID-19 on this. These huge blinking, flashing, color-changing billboards advertising who knows what may be appropriate for a casino, but not for Costa Mesa. We don't want to be known as Costa Vegas. Thank you. I would like to also thank the Councilwomen Marr and Reynolds for the IKEA food drive-by. Very proud. Please, could we have something similar to the West Side? Please. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Green, are you going to call on the next speaker? The next speaker is someone named Kelly.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Kelly, we can hear you.
I'd like to understand what you guys think, that if the COVID virus isn't in Target because people are going into Target or Costco, why do you think that the COVID virus would affect our small businesses? So I know you guys are saying small businesses can stay open, but no one's promoting the fact that they can stay open, and you're saying you can get curbside, but it's hurting these small businesses. Like, I want to be able to go in and get my kids clothes. I can't do that by buying 40 things, having it curbside, then having to return it curbside as well. So I think we should be able to go into these small shops, especially on 17th Street in Costa Mesa. Also, to the second point of closing the beaches, who do these people think that they are saying that thank you for closing the beaches? That's ridiculous. If you guys think social distancing and wearing a mask is actually preventing COVID, then why does it prevent it in Costco but not at the beach? So I urge you guys to stand up to all of the other people that are saying no, don't open the beach. Open the beach. I know Huntington is open, but you can't even sit on the beach. So when we have little kids that are in the ocean, I can't even put a bag on the beach to put snacks. So to you guys, you have a duty to us to understand what COVID actually is. So if you feel safe behind your mask and social distancing, you should feel safe for people being at the beach, social distancing behind a mask or at a small mom and pop shop.
Thank you, Kelly. We're going to mute you now, and we're going to go on to our next speaker, Wendy Lees. All right, Wendy. We're going to unmute you.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Wendy, we can. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, this is quite an experience. I thank you, and I thank the staff and Dane. It's really important to many of us activists in Costa Mesa that we continue to be able to speak to you. And I thank you that we're able to do this through Zoom tonight. And it's just, we still have comments, and you've really risen to the occasion. I appreciate also the mayor's town halls and with the council people that join her. And I just think that you're doing a great job, Madam Mayor, of informing everybody on a weekly basis the changes. And I commend you for those PowerPoints for our small businesses. It is a little contradictory why Target is allowed to open and Costco and I can't go get my hair cut. A couple of things I just want to say. That there are people that don't have internet access, and a lot of those people live in different parts of our city and in Councilman Chavez district, and I'm in 5. And so maybe there could be more of an outreach into the districts to inform people of, opening the parks or what your next plan is, and to think of ways that you can communicate with the rest of the community at a district level. And also, the Board of Supervisors, I watched that meeting this morning, and they still are meeting distancing, but they do allow people to come and social distance to speak in public at the City Hall, at the Hall in Santa Ana. So just to make sure that that in this age of the internet, that we are inclusive with people that can't afford the internet or that have disabilities. But thank you for all you're doing, and thank you that we are safer at home and we've got good numbers. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a couple more public comments that have come in. This one's from Dawn Harper. National level data show that the number of new COVID-19 cases peaked on April 4th. Since then, they have declined 22%. In New York, the worst of the virus hotspots, the net change in total hospitalizations began to decline April 2nd, and by April 13th, more people were leaving hospitals than entering them. In addition, the predicted overload of New York's hospital bed space never happened. To put things further into perspective, there are currently about 526,000 active diagnosed cases of coronavirus among 329 million Americans. That is 99.85% of the population do not have the virus. This is nowhere near the tens of hundreds of millions of cases some experts predicted only recently. Some might argue these radically lower numbers are evidence of the success of the social lockdown measures the government has imposed on us. But even the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention cannot claim convincingly that social distancing is effective in slowing the spread of this ill-understood virus. In fact, a new study out of Israel shows that the coronavirus timeline is the same across countries, whether they lock down or not. We have not seen death and other data for Americans denied access to elective medical care due to the effective shutdown of the healthcare system. There are no models that show the ongoing destruction of healthcare jobs. The bigger issue is that we can't have adequate healthcare without a strong economy. While only a small percentage of Americans have caught the virus, almost everybody has been affected by the government's response to the pandemic. Tons of millions are out of work. Businesses are shutting down. This pain is not spread evenly. Have any non-essential government workers been laid off, or is just the private sector supposed to go through all the economic inconvenience of the coronavirus shutdown? The problem, of course, is that millions of unemployed small and medium-sized business owners and families have too few advocates in the government or the media. The consequences of this national shutdown, apart from any pandemic, are dire and will not be materially alleviated by government spending. Budget-busting federal stimulus packages may offer temporary relief, but the best stimulus is opening America back up for business. Many in the media seem to have zero interest in coverage that might lead to reopening the economy. Instead, they are pushing the shutdown drama narrative, ignoring positive statistics and encouraging states to resist federal advice to reopen. Common sense stay open policies, such as in South Dakota, are mischaracterized as irresponsible and dangerous. And every effort to move toward or even discuss reopening the country in whole or in part is criticized as a dire threat to public safety, regardless of the economic consequences of maintaining the lockdown. We can't open until May. We can't wait until May to reopen, which would mean tens of millions more unemployed, further erosions of liberties, and untold destruction to our national fabric. Okay, that's the end of 3 minutes for that. And I think we have one more public comment to read.
This is from Joe. Happening right now in Costa Mesa. People are going broke in our town. People are losing their businesses. Unemployment is unacceptable and a shame. Mortgages and rent are primary concerns and adding to fears. Small business owners, single proprietors need assistance. No assistance to help people get the money that is available from SBA or banking. Hospitals in financial trouble. Healthcare people being furloughed. Important operations and procedures being done. Suicide rate, spousal abuse, child abuse, depression, PTSD, and alcoholism. You wanted to be a leader, now is your chance. Our state government is not the answer. They are not here. If we are in this together, then incorporate us in decisions. What are you going to do today, now, not next week? We are already 6 weeks into lockdown. Our citizens know how to follow the social protocol. They are also capable of wearing a mask in public. Grocery stores are open and have workers going to work daily. We can do this as a community, given the consistent, proper information and guidance. Allow our town to get back to making a living and being able to function and possibly have some fun. Lockdown is death. We don't need the governor to tell us how to be. He has already given free healthcare to illegal aliens and ignored our citizens who are not covered with healthcare. In fact, fining them. His priorities are messed up, more worried about how many people went to the beach than how many people are out of work and financially in dire straits. Here is my expert opinion and how I believe the government views this pandemic. If we can make our economy depend on our government and their ideas and power, then the government can control everything. Then nothing can be done without their approval or say so. That is not the America our forefathers and I fought for. Remember, Mayor Foley, freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. You are either part of the problem or part of the solution. You're a leader or a follower. Which is it? Do the right thing, get the proper committees in place, and get us back to work and get monetary assistance assigned to people who need it and mental health assistance to anyone who needs it. And that concludes our public comments.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will have council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. I think that went pretty well. Good job, team Costa Mesa. You guys did a great job getting that going. I'm so glad we could include the community. Sorry, I had to say that because that was, I know everyone was sweating bullets to make that happen. So at this time, we'll have council member comments, and this is the time for council members to provide comments on committee reports. We're not really having committee meetings, but talk about whatever you want. Okay, we're going to start with council member Marr.
Thank you, Mayor Foley. So I checked in with Yvette Aguilar earlier today. She's the acting department head for recreation, and they've done an amazing job, if you haven't heard about this, outreaching directly to seniors in the community. And so far they've reached out to 3,000 seniors and made 4,300 total calls since April. And so it's been pretty amazing, and it's been a wonderful program to make sure that people are getting outreach to on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. And then I also, combined with that, Trellis has been really instrumental in meeting needs, especially in the towers, but also for really anybody who asks. So I guess I just want to start with a big thank you for everyone who has taken the time to look around in the community and figure out if there's a way that they can help, to try to see what the needs are and how they can meet them. And on the Restore Costa Mesa front, sorry, I'm very cognizant of talking with my hands around this camera. On the Restore Costa Mesa front, I'll put them here. I'm working with the nonprofits and the faith-based community to try to figure out what reopening looks like for them. And I think it's been interesting to sort of contemplate best practices, but also all of the nuances, right? A wedding doesn't look like a Sunday service, doesn't look like another event. And so as we move forward, the reality is we're not going to get that level of granularity from the federal government, from the state government, or from the county, frankly. And so we're sort of creating it ourselves. And so, as the mayor mentioned earlier, we've got a task force of lots of people, but really I just want to put that out to the entire public that, if you have an idea, if there's something you think we could be doing to make a business safer, to slowly re-enter, then we want to hear it, right? Send me an email, send city clerk an email. There's a whole heck of a lot of you out there who are very smart, and I appreciate everyone who has sent in suggestions so far. I do want to follow up, and Mayor Foley, I think you were going to do this, but at some point I'd like to understand what's going on with the soup kitchen in a little bit greater detail, since we heard a lot of comments about that. And then lastly, I do want to talk about just the overall fiscal impact that we know this is going to have on the city. There was a comment about only the private sector being impacted, and that's simply not true. We've been very vocal about the fact that we are going to face as a city fairly significant budget shortfalls because we're so reliant on sales tax. I will be honest, I had previously advocated for looking at increasing business license fees and TOT or hotel tax, and neither of those, frankly, are going to be viable anymore, because we're going to need to do everything we can to make sure none of our hotels go out of business, and we're going to need to make sure we do everything we can to support all of our businesses across Costa Mesa. So again, we're going to have to get creative. I know the city manager has spent a lot of time thinking about how we're going to get through the next year, how we're going to get over the hump, whether or not we get federal aid or not. And that's just something that I want the public to be aware of, is going to be our challenges in the future. And that, that's coming fast. That's going to be the next couple of meetings. We're going to be wrestling with that. So yes, absolutely, the public sector is being impacted. It will impact services, and we're going to have to, buckle down and do the best we can. So I don't think that's what any of us expected when we got elected. I know my list of projects I want to work on is a mile long, and so having to pull that back and get realistic about the future is just something we're all going to have to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mansour, you're up.
Thank you. Good evening to everybody, and I appreciate everyone's comments tonight. I have some comments tonight about Fairview Park and a few other things. My comments tonight are directed towards the council. They're not directed towards staff. I believe the buck stops with the city council. And so I want to talk about Fairview Park. And it's ironic that we had a proclamation about Mental Health Awareness Month. And I just think about all the people that are impacted negatively in terms of their mental health, especially people on the west side, in apartments, people with low income. where Fairview Park may be the only place they can go to get outside to get some peace of mind. They may not have a backyard. They may be in an apartment. So the reasons that were given generally were that we need to do the reasons for keeping it closed were that we need to do some assessments and make sure there's safe access to trails. And I'm paraphrasing, and some maintenance. So that's been necessary for a long time, for years. And I've been asking for that to be done for a long time. So if that's the case, are we putting out a bid to go out and fix these broken trails? Why wasn't it a problem before all this COVID happened? We need those trails fixed. I agree, but it's not a reason to close the parks. It's a reason just to get them fixed. Also, that we needed proper surveying of endangered species. I appreciate that people are concerned about birds, but now's not the time. We need to be concerned about human beings and getting that park open. That is a priority. So I don't think our answer to the public was transparent. I think we need to be specific about what we're doing. There needs to be open transparency regarding that park. And it should be open, but if you're not going to open, at least tell the public clear reasons. Are we going to fix the trails? Are they broken? What type of study are we doing about the birds or endangered species? Tell the public what you're doing. Otherwise, this is just a ruse. So I get it about COVID. It's dangerous. We've taken steps. Most people have been cooperative. But I think what we're not looking at is, and this is kind of touching base on the parks, what about other things that were affecting negatively? Depression, suicide, people not getting cancer screenings and other preventive things at the hospital. So not only the parks need to be opened up, I think other things in general need to be opened up a little faster than they are being projected. What about bankruptcy, divorce, domestic violence, child abuse at home, now that might go unreported if nobody's seeing it? People need to get outside. They need their health back. And so I want to tie that into also just one other ask. A lot of people, I don't think that they know our economy is in terrible condition, and that's an understatement. But and businesses are probably going to go under. But I don't know if people know the degree that cities are really being hit financially. We have these internal phone calls and conference calls, and we get information about it. But I don't think the public really knows. And I put this question before at one or two meetings ago: how much longer can we as a city really afford this? And I don't think we can afford it to this point. Certainly not much longer. All the ills that we're facing, that need to be fixed economically. So I think that question needs to be asked again. How much longer can we as a city really afford all of this shutdown? So with that in mind, I would like to ask for a public study session as soon as possible on the budget, at least to give the public the basics of our financial situation so that they know what's coming, what's to be expected, what is the true result of everything being shut down. And I'll leave it at that today. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Councilmember Guinness. Before I go to Councilmember Guinness, I am going to ask if you could, during your city manager report, Ms. Bella Harrison, if you could just briefly give an update of when we are going to be talking about the budget. We're going to have a public session, and we already had a 5-pack meeting with it, and we had at our last meeting a very thorough presentation for the public. So maybe you can give an update on a couple other meetings coming up. And then also Councilmember Reynolds, you probably already planned to talk about this, but maybe if not, if you wouldn't mind addressing the very detailed information that we have about Fairview Park. I know you posted a lot of information, and I know on our city website, the city team posted all of the reasons why Fairview Park is not open. So I would refer you, Councilmember Mansour, there's a very detailed explanation on the city news site. Councilmember Guinness.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you too. Nice to see you.
Before I forget, I would like to request that the letter from Ms. Partnott be included in the administrative record for One Metro West, because it was addressed to us. So I'm not quite sure whether it would actually go into the record for the project. And I have received several contacts from people in the neighborhood who are very concerned about One Metro West moving forward now during these strange times. We're very appreciative of the fact that the digital signs for Triangle Square were postponed to July, when perhaps we'll be able to have better in-person participation, although who knows. But there is some sentiment, in fact, a lot of sentiment within our neighborhood that this should not be going forward at this time. Yes, I know we're trying to make the election, but Measure Y does have a provision for special elections. So there's no reason to do this at a time when people can't really come into the chambers. Then also, I have talked to a number of commercial property owners, and while residential landowners have a lot of times have the Fannie Mae or the Freddie Mac loans, which are now supposed to be renegotiating with landlords who aren't getting their rents. Commercial property owners don't have those types of loans. And that's one of the things that the Committee on Reopening Costa Mesa and Helping the Business really needs to look at, is how we can help the smaller commercial property owners. I'm talking to people who have, 3 or 4 spaces. They have a store in one of the little spaces, which is suffering to begin with, and then they're not getting rent. Or a little industrial space. They have 3 or 4 little spaces. They have a business in one space, but they're not getting rents, and their own business is suffering even more so than some of their tenants. So we should be looking at what we can do to help some of those property owners. And I think the committees it's a great thing. It's moving forward. I'm just wondering, under our policies, do we need to confirm that in any way? If so, I'm happy to do so. But I just wanted to make sure we didn't need to do something to formalize it. And the 7 weeks, it's very difficult. To me, it seems like 100 years. But I just want to thank everybody for their patience, and our staff especially for bearing with us. And anyway, we will survive this. And I will have some comments on Fairview Park, but I'm going to hold them to the discussion of item 3. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's right, I forgot. We're going to be talking about Fairview Park. So Councilmember Reynolds, you can decide whether you want to talk about it now or not. Next up is Councilmember Reynolds.
Okay, I want to start similar to Councilmember Marv. It's just a big thank you to everyone in our community who's been really cooperative during this truly unprecedented time. 7 weeks, we all keep repeating, it does certainly feel like much, much longer than that. And we've gone through a lot of change in that time. Many people in our community are really feeling hits from that. Our businesses, of course, feeling big hits, and it's been certainly weighs on all of us here at City Council and on our staff, who are working really hard to meet the needs that none of us anticipated having to try to meet 8 weeks ago. So thank you to all of the staff members and council members who've been working hard on various initiatives to meet the needs in Costa Mesa. And a huge thank you for all of the residents and businesses and community organizations who can help, who are really stepping up to help. We heard about Trellis and the amazing things that they've been able to do, mobilizing literally hundreds of volunteers at a day's notice. We have the small business owner at Kebab Republic who's served thousands of meals because he can. And that's really the spirit of Costa Mesa that I'm so proud of. Really proud of the food distribution that we were able to pull together. There was a question about that. We've really working hard to make sure that food distribution serves West Side families and Costa Mesa families, including the West Side, of course. And so we've got, we've been working very closely with a lot of our community organizations to get the word out about those food distributions, to really, really focus that service on Costa Mesa. So thank you to everyone, and we've still got some weeks to go, possibly months to go. So thank you to, again, everyone in the public who's working with us, sharing ideas, communicating with us about the needs. Appreciated the update on the Restore Costa Mesa process. I know it's tough for those of us on council who want to be a part of that, who can't because of the Brown Act limitations. So I'd ask the city manager if we can figure out a way for us to get those of us who aren't involved to get a briefing on that as soon as possible. I'm really interested in hearing what we're learning from the business community through those discussions. So if there's a way to do briefings on that, that'd be great. And I know businesses and other organizations are invited to participate. Certainly not everyone can. So if there are ways we can think about disseminating information that's collected or shared during those meetings, that would be great too. I think that'd be a great position for especially the district council members to really figure out how to disseminate information to the businesses in our areas. Anyone who follows me on social media knows that I've always really been concerned about making sure our streets better accommodate all users, those on foot, on bike, on skates, on skateboards, on scooters. And I've been growing increasingly concerned about that, with the added challenge of trying to make sure that people can physically distance while they're walking on the streets. We've also seen from our police department postings that there have been increased speeding. We've noticed increased speeding, creating some additional hazards for folks who are trying to get outdoors. So I appreciate staff taking some time to explore some sort of lower cost solutions to that. We're seeing a lot of ideas popping up in other cities across the globe, really. And we'll look forward to possibly piloting some ideas. It got me thinking about my neighborhood, which is a really great walking neighborhood because we have barriers blocking through traffic. And so I think there are strategies like that that we may be able to implement. Walkability is, of course, certainly a safety issue. It contributes to community health. We heard Councilmember Mansour talk about mental health. There's a lot of value in walkability. There's also a really good tie-in with economic growth. So I encourage us to consider walkability and sort of slower streets, getting people out of their cars, feeling safe walking on streets as part of our economic development plan as well. Lots of research showing strong correlations there. And on that note, I want to mention also that February is Bike Month as well. It's been fun to see a lot of people posting about their kids learning to ride a bike for the first time. So I look forward to celebrating Bike Month in Costa Mesa. I want to share with council a quote. This will be my last comment. Share with council a quote that I read in a Strong Towns article that I think really highlights the value of what we're doing. So the quote, this is on an article about what local governments should be doing in this response to the pandemic. The quote is, "Recognize that local government is not the lowest form of government in an ecosystem of governments, but the highest form of coordination and advocacy for your community." And I think that really reflects a lot of the work that we've been doing here and the importance of the work we've been doing here in Costa Mesa. We are certainly closest to our community members. We're doing as much as we can to be in the community and really have our finger on the pulse of what the community needs are. And we're able to pivot much more quickly than the sort of higher levels of government. So again, to the public, please communicate with us on what your needs are and support us as we try to solve those challenges. Thank you.
Great quote. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Reynolds. Councilmember Chavez.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to everyone that reached out to us for public comments. I'm really happy that we're able to incorporate live comments now. I've definitely missed it. It's one of the joys of being on city council is seeing everyone come up and express their opinions and feelings, and that's the joy that comes with service. I'll begin a little bit like Councilmember Marr and Councilmember Reynolds about the state of where we're at right now, right? I keep repeating this phrase because, you know, I'm young, but this will be very true for all of us. This is going to be the defining moment of our generation and of our lives. And as we've seen in Costa Mesa, we've done a really good job of keeping a low curve in our city. There's multiple cities in the county that have over 100 cases, many of whom are smaller than our city. But we've done a great job as a city being safe, and I want to thank all of you guys. And as we transition into this new phase, of phase 2, let's take a deep breath and then let's not rush into things. Of course, we have these urgencies, we have these needs we want to address, and we'll address them in an according manner. But let's not rush into something and lose the good habits we've gained, and let's not do anything that will cause a spike in cases. Because what we want you to know is that we're doing all this for your health. And I would hate to try one rush misstep to lead to a higher number of cases in our city of Costa Mesa. So with that being said, I'll go on my public comments. I first want to thank Strut Bar in my district for working with Miguel Juniors and the Orange County LGBTQ Center. This past week, they actually gave out 470 food packages to people in West Costa Mesa, just to show you that there are local heroes in our community who are doing the best they can during this crisis. So thank you to Strut, Miguel Juniors, and the OC LGBTQ Center. Going off of that, it's critically important that we all still keep some sense of normalcy. That included during this year, 2020, is doing the census. So if you've not done the census yet, please do it. It's very, very simple. You can do it from your phone. All you need to, look, get my phone. All you got to do is go to census2020.com. You can do it from your phone. Really simple, and it's a great way to ensure we get funding for our city now more than ever. Just brief things what this funding goes to. It goes to our local schools. It goes to getting supplies for police and fire departments. It goes to housing grants. This is money that's critical for our community. So please do the census and make sure everyone else does as well that you know. And with that, as you guys know, I love talking about infrastructure. In my district, there's two things I want to touch base on. One is I love how staff has focused on West Costa Mesa these past few years on giving us brand new paved streets. I've been getting a lot of calls from people on Hamilton Street saying they want to know when their turn will be. They see nice streets on Meyer, nice streets on Pomona, and they're wondering when they're next. So staff knows when they're up. Please share with us, because everyone wants to know when their streets can get repaved. Alongside of that, I've had a lot of concerns from residents on two streets, Pomona and Meyer. So during these times when the kids aren't going to school, there's been a lot of racing on these two streets. Meyer Street has always been a kind of issue just because of the side streets like Beach and Cove that go into it have blind spots. So staff can look at perhaps maybe analyzing these areas for maybe for a safe street idea where we activate it for like bike paths or something, or maybe even speed humps or other slowing down measures, because just because people aren't on the road doesn't mean they're not speeding. And I want to make sure that everyone has a safe street in Costa Mesa. And then last thing, I want to touch really briefly on the park, because I know we're going to go into that later on. In regards to Fairview Park, it's important to understand that it's more than a park. It's really a nature preserve. And as we've seen during these past couple of weeks, when us humans aren't in nature doing what's pushing with our cars and with our streetlights, nature comes back. So it's a little natural that the trails will become a bit more natural because people aren't walking through them. So we hear loud and clear, Costa Mesa. You want to go in Fairview Park. I miss going there too. We're doing our best to ensure that we preserve the nature there, and we're doing our best to ensure your safety as we open up these trails bit by bit. So with that, guys, thank you for joining us today, and I'm happy to see Costa Mesa still doing well.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. And thank you for the update about the census. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Well, thank you, Mayor Foley. I'd like to start by wishing all of the mothers a very happy Mother's Day, especially my mother, Mary Ann Stevens, and my wife, Amy Stevens, who, my mother, as I said recently in a Facebook post, has been through a lot in her life. She's been through World War II, the Great Depression. She's 95 years old, and she's sheltering in place in a 2-bedroom apartment, assisted living apartment in Pasadena. And she was previously to that in a convalescent home, and 14 people from that convalescent home have died. And so that's, it's tragic. And she narrowly escaped that place 2 days before the lockdown. But she's doing fine, and I'm glad about that. And also, as to my wife, she's sheltering in place with me. So what could be more challenging than that? So happy Mother's Day to everyone. With respect to the golf course, I've played a couple times there at the golf course. Everybody's complying and everybody's happy to be back out there. Thank you very much to Mesa Verde Partners and Danny Lane for their cooperation, and to Kim Barlow, who did a great job, but also Mesa Verde Country Club and Jeremy Sampson, and their members who took this very seriously. So thank you to them. With respect to the Restore Costa Mesa committee, my subcommittee relates to the offices up primarily in the South Coast metro area. We've got a great team. Dan Inlos is on that team. He's done a great job overall for the Restore Costa Mesa project. So thank you to Dan. If anybody has guidelines or any information they'd like to share with respect to reopening the office areas up in South Coast Plaza, please let me know and share that with me. And then I'll leave it with this. You know, there's a lot of discussion about COVID-19 and its effect on our economy, and those are serious discussions. And I can tell you personally, COVID-19 is affecting me in a very profound way. So I have every bit of empathy with anybody who's suffering economically, and have every interest in relieving that stress as soon as possible. But let's keep in mind there are 72,000 Americans who have died of COVID-19. And as we speak, there are 202 people in Orange County that are in the hospital. Think about their families. There are 61 people from Orange County who have died. There are 62 people right now in Orange County in intensive care, fighting for their lives. So this is a serious situation. We've taken it seriously. And as a result of that, and by the grace of God, we've had 42 cases, which is the second fewest cases in all of Orange County. So thank you to the staff. Thank you to this council. You saved lives, and now we're going to address the economic issues as well. This is a great council, and we have a great team, and the community should be very proud of everybody on this call and everybody who's serving you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I know I'm proud of all the work that we're all doing. So I'm just going to be brief. Yes, I wanted to thank everybody for the hard work. And, you know, I try not to share too much personal stuff, but I think that it's important that the residents, the business owners know that those of us who are business owners who are on this council, we understand it. We're living it. You know, my business of more than 20 years is completely shut down. And I am basically trying to survive by running my office from my kitchen table. I can't go to court because the courts are closed. I can't meet with clients. I don't have any way to develop clients. It's a very, very difficult time. And I applied for the PPP, the Paycheck Protection, on the day that it was released. And I haven't gotten it yet. So I get it. I completely understand. And I have compassion for those who are going through this same experience. So I hope that people understand that we're trying to be guided by the science. We're trying to be guided by our public health officials. And I know personally, I rely a great deal on our fire chief. I know he's tuned in with the county, with the public health officials there. So between he and our city manager, I try to make sure that we're moving in the right direction based on the public health experts. I'm a lawyer. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a nurse. I'm not a public health official. I can only rely on those experts. And speaking of experts, we try to do the town halls once a week. This week on the town hall, I'm really happy to report that I'm going to be having an expert from Johns Hopkins University. And it is Dr. Joshua Sharfstein, who some may have seen on the national news. He's become quite an expert on COVID-19, and he's going to be joining Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and I. He's going to be talking about the public health aspect of things and how to reopen and still stay safe. And then we're going to talk about some opportunities for reopening. So hope you can tune in on Thursday at 4 p.m. to our Costa Mesa live town hall through our social media page. I also want to just give a shout out to all the teachers. You know, I live with a teacher, and it's Teacher Appreciation Week. So if you can, you know, give a shout out to a teacher, thank a teacher. We all have had teachers in our lives that have encouraged, inspired, and motivated us. Teachers are so important right now because many of our teachers are teaching from home. They're teaching, and many of them have kids that they're distance learning from home, and they're trying to do the work of teaching and also the work of parenting all at the same time from home. It's a challenge. So please give a shout out to our teachers here in our neighborhoods. And then also I wanted to echo Councilmember Chavez and thank Miguel's Jr. for providing, it was, I think, about 500 meals last week to families that were in need. And so we appreciate that. That's one thing I think we've all learned. And I know that Councilmember Marr and Councilmember Reynolds know more than all of us, that there's a real serious need for food in our community. And I don't think that we all really appreciated just how dire it is until recently. So thank you for that good work. There's as to the soup kitchen, speaking of a need for food, I think that what happened was there was an understanding that the soup kitchen was providing to-go meals. And so that was a way for us to keep the community transmission low, especially amongst a high risk group. And then it came to, I think, the attention of some of our social workers and public safety today when they went in and did just a check-in and supportive call. And they learned that they were doing the meal inside the soup kitchen. And so they made some recommendations. And then the soup kitchen decided, as we understand it, to go back to doing just the takeout to go meal. And at this time, I think we all think that that's probably the preferred approach because we're trying to reduce the interactions and connections between people, especially people who are in high risk categories. So that's where we are on the soup kitchen. I know staff's gonna be working on that. And I know Ms. Price, who is working very closely with the soup kitchen, and our homeless outreach team is going to be working on that this week. And then finally, I think that's all I had. Oh, thanks for the Janis Joplin quote. I was a surprise, but it's nice that we have some I don't know, levity in the meetings because it's such serious issues that we're dealing with. I'm going to now go to the city manager for her report. Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to provide some additional information on some important issues for the city. I wanted to remind everyone that we are now still tracking our census participation. And so just wanted to remind everyone that the deadline for the census has been extended and we must all participate in the census. It's still underway. We need to make sure that the city is counted, that everyone counts, and that we're entitled to receive the funding that is available at every level of local government based on population. And so just a reminder and a strong encouragement to please participate. We're currently at a 62% response rate. And so at this point, we are almost at the 2010 participation rate, which was 68%. But we want to make sure that we get to as close to 100% as potentially possible. And so please make sure to complete your census. The good news is that there has been an extension, and we could make sure that We're participating in every way possible that you're telling your friends, you're telling your loved ones to participate if they live in a different household. And so please make sure to get the word out, because a lot of our population-based funding is based on our census counts. There is approximately 675 billion nationally that is provided to states and cities, and it's based on our population statistics. And so we really need for you to please participate and make sure that you can submit that information, which can be done online. And so please join us in making sure that everyone in Costa Mesa counts. And so please look for your census information or go to the census website, and please complete the survey and make sure that Costa Mesa gets counted, please. Thank you. And then on to the budget. I did want to share information regarding the city's budget. We've had conversations publicly in the last couple of weeks. And so we have been discussing the economic impacts that we're facing due to COVID-19. We brought an item to the City Council on April 21st of work that we've been working on for the last 3 to 4 weeks, quite frankly. And so we brought a $10 million plan to cut our budget in the current year. So for the fiscal year that started July 1 of 2019, that ends June 30th of 2020, so just next month, we have already implemented a $10 million reduction program. And so we have reduced the current year budget by 10 million. We instituted a 5-pronged approach to cut that budget. And the cuts ranged from reductions in capital improvement programs, reductions to contracts, elimination of all non-essential spending, elimination of travel, conferences, and training, keeping vacant positions vacant to the greatest extent possible, with the exception of public safety, and every other feasible action that we could possibly take. We also presented a plan in case the current year deficit is greater than the 10 million. So we also provided information about what steps we would take to close the gap if it's as much as 18.5 million, and the strategic use of the reserves in the budget that are there for the purpose of addressing a disaster, which clearly we are in, and an unprecedented disaster at that. We also presented that information to the 5-pack last week, and so we were able to get some good feedback as to that. And so the 5-pack was engaged in the discussion about the city's finances, and we will continue to provide that information. We've also been working closely with the budget subcommittee. And so at every level, we have been communicating the challenges that we're facing in not just the current year. We'll also be discussing next year. And so this upcoming Tuesday, which is a week from today, we will be discussing our projected shortfall for the fiscal year that begins July 1st of 2020. And so the city's finances are first and foremost in our activities at City Hall and throughout every city department, in addition to the work that we're doing related to the pandemic. And so as you can imagine, managing an emergency, managing a fiscal year crisis, managing next year's fiscal crisis, and trying to also at the same time do day-to-day work that needs to get done while lobbying the federal and state governments for our share of funding is quite the task. But we're up for it, and we've been doing that. And so rest assured that as it relates to the city's finances, it's foremost in our minds. I've been working with departments on 5, 10, and 15% savings targets, and we'll be analyzing that information in order to put it together in a proposed budget for you to vote on before July 1st. And so every department head, every employee in the city is aware of our financial situation. It's something that we've been addressing and dealing with for several weeks. And so if you need more information on the city's financial plan for the current year and the steps we've taken to reduce the current year shortfall, please feel free to look at the agenda report for April 21st. And I'll say that we're ahead of a lot of the work that's happening in the region on this, and I've been getting a lot of calls from other cities looking to see what we're doing and could they mimic some of our plans and our programs and our activities in order to address their shortfalls as well. And then last, I'll say we did receive a phone call from FEMA, Carol Molina, who's the budget and purchasing manager, along with Jason Dempsey. They've been in conversations with FEMA this week about the submission and the guidelines for obtaining reimbursement. And so we'll continue to pursue that. along with our very aggressive legislative and lobbying efforts to try to get more funding to states and local governments through the Coronavirus Communities Act. And so we're working on this financial crisis, if you will, on multiple fronts. I've had experience with multiple recessions at this point, and so we're looking at all the tools at our disposal, and we'll continue to do that. And so look forward to next Tuesday's meeting, where we'll be providing more information about next year's shortfall. But again, it's a major focus for us, and we're very committed to making sure that we put together a balanced budget for 2021. So that's my report.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that excellent report. And thanks for continuing to update the entire council, you know, really a couple times a week with regard to where we are with the budget. I think that all of us have been being kept well informed. So thank you for doing that as well. And one thing I had forgot to mention in my comments, I wanted to thank Councilmember Reynolds for her work on the safer streets. And I would love to have us kind of get together and brainstorm, well, of course, by conference call, with Ms. Farrell Harrison, maybe in the next week or so at your convenience, about some ideas that I have that we might be able to kind of simply move something forward. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Now we're going to move on to Ms. Barlow, City Attorney report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. It's hard in these times because every piece of news feels like bad news, but I'm glad to say we do have some good news on the litigation front. We have now successfully defeated 4 of the sober living home / group home cases that were filed in federal court against our ordinances. We previously, of course, won a jury trial and court ruling in the Yellowstone matter, which is currently on appeal. Following that, the Casa Capri matter was also, we received a grant of a motion for summary judgment, now on appeal. SoCal Recovery, grant of motion for summary judgment, now on appeal. And most recently, the Pacific Shores versus City of Costa Mesa case. The city prevailed in that motion for summary judgment, and it is now on appeal. So we feel like we're doing a really good job defending the city from these cases and protecting not only the residents of these group homes, but also the communities that they have been moved into. So I'm happy to report that. And also, I just want to remind everyone that the stay-at-home order has not been lifted. I know there's a real push to get people and businesses moving and open, but until we receive authorization from state's public health officer, we need to continue to follow the rules and the guidelines. We are working very hard on that and looking forward to hearing some guidance from the Orange County Public Health Officer, which we also understand may be coming out later in the week. So thank you for your patience with us, and thank you for great staff is doing a wonderful job, and I'm very pleased to be part of the hard work that they're doing. And that's my report. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, and thanks for your team. I know that you're always right on it, very responsive. So thanks for being at the ready, any hour of the day or night. Okay, it's all become like an all-consuming process, which is not healthy. So hopefully we can get through this soon. Now we're going to move on to the consent calendar. All items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council staff or the public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Ms. Green, does the council, does anyone from the council or the public, have they pulled any items?
Madam Mayor, I have no requests.
Okay, thank you. Council, raise your hand if you would like to make a motion. Raise your hand on the
We don't have that. We don't have that function turned on.
Councilmember Chavez?
I move the balance.
I'll second.
Okay, okay. And then we will take a vote by voice vote. Ms. Green?
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Mar,
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour,
Yes.
Councilmember Gannis,
Councilor Guinness, you have, yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, at this time, we will move to the public hearing, item number 1. We only have one public hearing tonight. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title?
Thank you. Adopt urgency ordinance number 2020-14 entitled An Urgency Zoning Ordinance of the City of Costa Mesa, California, providing for a 12-month extension of the time limit set forth in zoning code section 13-29K, time limit extensions for all approved discretionary planning applications, and declaring the ordinance to be an emergency measure to take effect immediately upon adoption. Presentation by Mr. Curtis, Economic and Development Services Director. And as you can see, he's loading up his presentation.
Okay, we'll wait a minute. Mr. Curtis, when you're ready, just let me know.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. It shows it up, so I'm having difficulty. I apologize. Let me open it all the way up.
It's okay. We understand. It's the first time.
Worked in practice. Give me 1 second. I apologize.
Famous last words, Barry.
Right? Right?
There we go.
Okay, can you see that?
Yes, you can see it.
Great, I apologize. Let me just get it so I can control it and we'll get started.
If
Okay.
if everyone could turn your microphone on mute while he's speaking so that it doesn't go to your picture, I guess.
All right, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I will kind of dispense with this first slide, but essentially you're aware of the various states of emergency and local proclamations regarding the COVID emergency. The COVID-19 crisis has resulted in a serious economic impacts to various discretionary entitlements granted by the city through planning applications. These include development projects and conditional use permits. These impacts have resulted in a delay in the timely commencement of entitlements that have been approved by through the planning application process. The zoning code generally allows planning applications to be valid for a period of 24 months from the date of approval. In anticipation of a number of requests for time extensions, and just to be clear, we've already received a number of requests for these types of extensions. Beyond the 24-month terms, staff has proactively prepared an urgency ordinance which would automatically grant a 12-month extension for all active entitlements as a result of the COVID crisis. If approved, this uncodified urgency ordinance would extend all approved applications that have not expired as of March 12th of this year for a period of 12 additional months. With that, staff is recommending that the City Council hold this public hearing to adopt an urgency ordinance to provide a 12-month extension of the time limit set forth in the zoning code for all approved discretionary planning applications, and declare the ordinance to be an emergency measure to take effect immediately upon adoption. That concludes my prepared remarks. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, council members, if you have a question, if you could raise your hand in the participants window. And I'm not sure, Councilman Reynolds, if this question, if your hand is raised from the last time or if that's a new hand raise.
It's raised for this time.
Okay, Councilman Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. I had one question, and this might sort of jog your memory on something we talked about, gosh, maybe a year ago. One of the things I'm concerned about is vacant sites and the upkeep of vacant sites. So, absolutely understand the need for an applicant to, or the inability of an applicant to pursue a project right now in this emergency. How do we protect against those sites, though, becoming full of weeds and really looking, not looking great, which, certainly doesn't help any additional economic growth?
Councilmember Reynolds, that's a very good question. What we will do, I'll commit to doing this. What we will do is proactively ensure that any existing entitlements that are extended through this process, that code enforcement keeps an eye on them to ensure that we're not running into property maintenance issues on these properties.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. I had a question along those same lines. Is there a way as part of this process that we could condition the extension of time on them having some type of a, I don't know if it's security or something, because I know that even before this crisis, we've had at least 2 large properties in the city that have been vacant. The Grants Gun site has been vacant now. I think it's almost going on 3 years. And then Ace Hardware is just recently vacant, and that's probably going to take a little while to get repurposed under the circumstances. So is there something that we can require that would require them to keep the properties kept up and secure? I know that on the Newport Boulevard site, there was a concern about people living on site, etc.
Madam Mayor, those are items that are already covered under our existing code standards.
Okay.
We can absolutely have code enforcement keep an eye on those, as I indicated, however.
I see. Okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you were saying. Okay. Fair enough. All right. We will close this item. Is there any public comment that was sent in, Ms. Green, or is there anyone on the call?
Madam Mayor, we have no written communications. Let me check. Barry, are you able to get out of your share screen, please?
Of course I am. Sorry.
Oh, and just as a reminder to the public, if you want to speak to this item at this time, you need to raise your hand on your screen or press *9 if you would like to speak to this item. And I don't see anyone with
Nope.
hands raised, and I don't. Okay, so we'll close the public comment. Council, if you'd like to make a motion, please raise your hand. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds. Councilmember Guinness, you have to use the hand raising in the participants bar. Councilmember Reynolds. Councilmember Reynolds.
A little tricky. Yeah, I'll move to approve the staff recommendation with the added sort of condition of property upkeep as part of the extension.
Thank you. Councilmember Mar.
Second.
Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss this item? Please raise your hand in the hand raise feature. Okay. Councilmember Guinness.
I just want to, I want to thank staff for doing this, because a few weeks ago, I did ask, I'm sure this was already in the works anyway, but I did have someone ask about that, and they were running out of time. And so I want to thank staff for being on top of things that even before we ask for them. And I support the motion.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further hands raised, I will move to ask I'll ask Ms. Green to call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness.
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour.
Yes.
Councilmember Mar.
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Curtis. Okay, next item, we have 3 new business items tonight. City Clerk, can you please read the first item? And I think that's Mr. Sethuraman. He is up for that one.
Yes, this is Lions
And
Park.
Councilmember Guinness, I'm sorry to interrupt. Councilmember Guinness, can you clear your hand raise here on the screen? Thank you. We'll figure it out eventually by the end of the night. Okay, thank you.
New business, item 1, Lions Park Playground Improvement Project, City Project number 20-04, presentation by Mr. Sethuraman, Public Services Director.
Madam Mayor and members of City Council, let me try to bring this screen up. All right. So this item is regarding the Lions Park Playground project, where we are seeking your direction following bid opening for construction. So the location of the Lions Park Playground is within the Lions Park campus. As you're aware, we recently completed the construction of a library. Grand opening was last year. And we are in the middle of construction of the Norma Herzog Community Center at this time. So the campus also includes Luke Davis Field, Costa Mesa Historical Society, the Downtown Recreation Center, which includes our pool, Fire Station 3. These are all part of this 10-acre campus. Here are some pictures that show the existing conditions of the Lions Park, and one of the features of this park is the 1955 Panther jet that is shown in the bottom picture, and that feature is something that our community prides on and will be part of any future improvement. To implement this project, we went through a fairly extensive community engagement process. In 2019, we had several meetings. We had over 500 notices were mailed, and we conducted surveys on various social media through city's newsletters and also outreach to children in the ROCKS program. The survey was done in both English and Spanish and was very well received. We got 468 responses for our outreach, and which is pretty remarkable given this project. Based on the comments that we received, we engaged David Wool's Design to develop plans for the project. And here is a conceptual rendering of the project. I'm showing the conceptual rendering because the actual plans are a lot more detailed and very hard to picture what it looks like. So that's why we are working with this conceptual rendering. It shows the different amenities of the playground. It's a significantly expanded playground compared to what it is today. In addition, it featured picnic areas. One of the big items is relocating the restroom. The existing restrooms do not function very well, and we want to modernize that and put it in a different location. So that makes it a better use of the entire park. In addition, there is significant landscape and irrigation improvements, and several pathways and walkways and lighting improvements. So these were all part of the design that actually was reviewed at Parks Commission also later. We incorporated their comments, several trees that we were removing in the park. We saved a lot of them. So it was redesigned a little bit following our meeting with Parks Commission, and also it went to City Council also for their consideration before we proceeded to final design. Here are some of the elements of the project. You see a large play piece that's in the bottom. That's for the adult play area. Sorry, when I say adult, I mean older kids, 6 to 12-year-old kids, and you have a little toddler play area on the top left corner. In addition, we have swings, seesaws, spring equipment, a little sandbox with sand play equipment. So it had many different play equipment that was part of the project. Our initial estimate on this project was approximately $2.4 million. However, when we went to bid and we opened the bids, our lowest bid was $3.2 million, and our average of the bids is approximately $3.5 million. Based on this result, our staff recommendation is to reject all the bids, and we want to still implement a project, but maybe our thought is to redesign the project to a smaller scale, and that focuses on certain key elements of the project so that we can still deliver a quality project for the community. Based on that, here is a schematic. Again, this is not a design, but it's a schematic that shows what we are proposing. We want to retain pretty much the playground, the expanded playground of the project. That's the key, that we want to still keep that. We want to continue with the restroom removal and relocation. These are the two major elements. So the playground includes redoing the playground surfacing as well as the new equipment. For the rest of the project, which are the picnic areas and other elements, we can defer that to a future date. This slide shows a comparison of the two concepts. Again, this slide actually provides a little bit more detail on what is being removed from this new scope and what are being retained. And what's being removed, we have an entry monument sign that's substantial. That it's a new sign. We'll be taking out that old sign, the sign that's existing, and then replace that with a new sign with a sculpture of an airplane on top. So that's an expensive item. So that got taken out. In addition, all the landscape improvements, which includes planting of 36 trees, 1,200 shrubs, and thousands of square feet of new landscaping, we want to take that out and retain as much of existing as possible. Again, when I say that, when it comes to implementing some of these elements, we can still do them in the future as part of a community tree project. We can plant trees in the park in the future, so that can be done still, but it won't be to the scale that we imagined before. The benches and shade structures and picnic areas, these are the other items that will be taken out. Again, there will be benches and there will be picnic tables, but those are more standard picnic tables that we see in our parks. We had 5 accent plane replicas sprinkled in the playground area, so that was removed. We had a lot of improvements in the sidewalk area outside the playground, by planting more trees and creating a nicer environment on the outside. That can be deferred too. There is quite a bit of concrete walkways and pavers. This was added within the park, connecting the new picnic areas and benches and shade structures. So all that requires access, so new side, the walkway. So that's removed. In addition, the lighting improvements that go with those walkways. So those are the items that's removed. So what stays? We want to still keep all the play pieces, all the major equipment that was initially proposed as part of this project. We want to still retain that. The playground surfacing will be 11,500 square feet, which is fairly large playground, which will accommodate all these play pieces. Like I mentioned, the restroom, demolition of the restroom and construction of new restroom, that's still there. And then refurbishing of the plane. We want to maintain the plane and make sure that it's properly sanded and painted and repaired. There will be some utility modifications that need to happen with the project, and some hardscape improvements are needed to connect the new restroom and the new playground. So those are part of the project. and minimum landscape improvement. So for example, when we remove the restroom, there will be an area that needs new sod, so that would be part of the project. So this is our revised scope, and we think the reduced scope would cost approximately $1.6 million. Now the funding, here is a slide on funding. The combined funds for the phase 2 of the project is approximately approximately $7.6 million, and phase 2 for the Lions Park projects includes the community center, the Lions Park playground, and there is some parking lot improvements that are associated with the community center that needs to happen. So those are part of the phase 2, and it's funded by various sources. We received through Assemblywoman Corey Petrie Norris, we received a grant funding of almost $1 million. So that's one part of money. We have park development fees of approximately $1 million, and we have capital improvement funds that were allocated for the community center of approximately $5.6 million. So all this together add up to 7.6, of which we need approximately 6.4 is still retained for the community center project, which leaves about $1.25 million. Now there is a shortfall even to meet the 1.6 revised estimate, and we think we can find that by looking at the park development fees. So that concludes my report on the project. Again, the recommendation from staff is we have to reject the bids on the project. That's a requirement by the Public Contracts Code, and then we need your direction to proceed with a redesign of this revised scope. Again, this redesign is needed because the original contract document has this large project, and we need to tweak it, take out elements, make some small tweaks to that, and there is some cost involved in that one. And so for that one, we request your authorization for an amendment to our contract with David Volz to do that work, and also have them available to help during the construction phase for any questions. So that's my presentation, and if you have any questions.
Thank you. Okay, council, if you have questions, I have Councilmember Mar and Councilmember Guinness, their hands raised. Councilmember Mar.
So I'm trying to back into where the 1.6 is coming from if we're just talking about the park and not the rest of phase 2. So, sorry, I mean, you might have said it. So if you could explain that again, Raja, I appreciate it.
Yes, so Councilmember Mar, as I mentioned, we have approximately 7.6 available right now. It's not available now, but it was programmed for phase 2 of the project, and of which 6.4 is already being used for the NCC and all the fixtures for the NCC, all the equipment that goes with the NCC, and also some money for the contingency. So $6.4 million is going for that. That leaves $1.2 million that is still available in that allocated budget that we still have. That's available for the playground. Again, our estimate is 1.6 for the playground, so which means we need about $400,000 that needs to come from park fees, most likely.
So Councilmember Mar, he's just estimating it's at 1.6. That's where that number came from.
No, but I'm saying that 6.4, okay, 5.6 of it's coming from capital improvements. So where was the other 800K going to come from just for the NCC?
So the NCC, it's all part of this. So if you look at the $5.6 million, $1 million, and also the grant from the state, they all add up to the $7.6 million. So it's one part of money based, from all these sources.
But were we going to be able to use park development fees or the state of California grant for the NCC construction?
Yes. So we made it a little flexible in our application to the state. even though initially it was meant for the Lions Park playground, the description of the project was kept a little vague, that it can be used for NCC, it can be used for the park. So it is flexible in that way. So if I can understand, you are asking about whether the capital improvement funds can be reduced or.
No, I didn't understand that we can use the grant towards the NCC. I thought the grant was specific to the playground. So that was my misunderstanding.
It can be, definitely it can be.
So hypothetically, if we were to fence the restroom, the airplane, and the existing playground equipment, could we open up the park?
If you fence it, yes, it can be. I mean, you would open up that portion of the lawn area, is what you're asking about?
Yeah, I mean, so we're looking at spending 1.6 million on the playground equipment, basically the playground equipment, the bathrooms, and some refurbishment of the plane. And I guess, I mean, I started the meeting by talking about the cuts that we're going to be having to make across City Hall. And so I'm wondering, what does the scaled down version of this potentially look like? Or is there a way to do it in phases? Because 1.6 million sounds like a lot of money right now.
Mayor, Councilor Mar, the existing, even the plane, it needs work at this time. There are different chips and cracks in the plane, so it's not something that we would advocate opening at this point. If we have to fence off, you have to fence off the whole playground as well as the restroom. We feel that the community has endured this closure of this park for a long time, and I feel that at this point, I mean, they deserve a nice project, and they spoke about that in their public comments, in their surveys. So there is a need for doing something meaningful, and I understand. I mean, we all understand the issues of funding. I think there are. That's why we are coming to you with options of what we can do, and without having a play equipment. The play equipment is actually not even functional. It's not usable at this point, as is the plane. So to have a meaningful project, you need to improve the playground equipment. You need to have a better use for the park. So at the minimum, we should look at a project where we upgrade those things, and the playground equipment that are selected are, the community got to see and vote on each of these, and these are the highly rated ones that made to the project. So our recommendation is to go through a process and see if we can implement this and provide a project that the community can be proud of. And again, we are looking at a library where we spent almost $36 million, and here we have immediately adjacent to it, we have a playground that should be at a similar caliber or good.
All right, thank you. No other questions.
Okay, thank you. Council member, I think Councilmember Guinness was up next, and then I'll go with Councilmember Reynolds and then Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
I with Raja, that the community really has endured this for a long time, and they really are due to have a nice park that opens as soon as possible. Is there anything that we could shave off of the NCC project to save a little bit of money? Or is that pretty well locked in place?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilor Beganes, it is too far along we are too far along on that project now. We are looking at opening it up. Substantial completion of that project is a couple months away. So it's too late for us to make any changes on that particular project. Wherever we can, we already looked into those options, and we we're trying to save. We're keeping all the change orders to minimum. We're keeping all other items to minimum, and we're working through this COVID environment in that for that project, and it is a difficult situation that we are facing even now with the way the project is being done. But it's too far along for us to realize any savings on that front.
And then for this project, how does this change affect the timing? And also, if we're revising the construction documents, to what extent do we need to be revising things? For example, sometimes you go to remodel your house and you have all your plans drawn up, and then when the money's running out, you just say, we won't do that part. We're not going to add that part, but you don't need to redraw your plans. You just don't build the whole thing. So do we really need to have $50,000 of new plans just to not build the whole thing? For example, taking out the airplanes and the monument sign?
Councilman McGinnis, that's actually a very good question. That's a question that I have too, and I dealt with that talking to staff. Can we just X things out and those kind of stuff? The thing is, it's a lot of items are too intertwined in the construction document. So the plans are multiple sheets of paper, and they have references to all these different elements in the project. And for a contractor to give a nice quality bid, it should be a clean document. If they're confused, they want to minimize their risk and they might bid higher on those projects. So it's important to provide a clean set of plans that actually removes conduits that are now no longer needed. A lot of things that we don't need now with this project. There are so many things that show up, and we have to go through and revise all the specifications and all the plans. And it's because a large project, there are many sheets that the designer has to go through. Again, the 50,000 is not all for doing this particular work. A good portion of that work is actually to be there for us during construction support. And if we don't use it all, we get to save that money. So we have some money for the design, but about half of the money is actually left for the bid and construction phase.
And how much do we think this will push back the completion of the Lions Park Playground project in terms of, say, an extra year, an extra 6 months, an extra year? I hope not a year. But how do we think that this will affect the timing?
So again, Councilman, again, is the timeline. If we were supposed to start construction on that, back in May, and we were supposed to be done by September timeframe, before the fish fry comes in. But now with this option, we are looking at early next year. So it's about 4 to 6 month delay in the process. And we'll be going out to bid in June and open bids in July. So we'll start construction in August, September timeframe, and we need about 6 months to complete. And we are trying to phase in our plan for some ways to expedite that schedule, but we are looking at early next year by February.
Yeah, because the people in that area really could use a play area. I know we have the big grass area by the library, but it doesn't have any play equipment or trees or anything. It's just sort of there. So we really need this to be moving forward. And then also, I hope that our economy is recovering. But I know in the last recession, if a city had money, they could complete their capital projects. They could really do some pretty nice capital projects for a more reasonable amount of money. Have you heard anything at all, or is it too early to tell how bids are coming in now? Like say in the last week or two, or did this come in the last week or two?
The Councilman is no. The bids opened in March, so it's pre-COVID in that sense for us. So we haven't seen any bids recently, but we think there will be a better environment for getting better bids. We thought about advertising the entire project, but given the size of the $3.2 million bid, we don't think advertising that whole project will get us to 2.4 or less than our estimate. We may be coming to $300,000 short. We hope that the 1.6 estimate that we gave is definitely a reasonable estimate, and we think going out to bid in June, we might get a good bid on this one.
Okay,
thank
we have
you.
some other people. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you. I had similar questions about the schedule. One of my questions, so what happens to this schedule? We're sort of in this situation in part because the previous bids came out significantly higher than we anticipated. We're anticipating, I think it was 1.6 here. What happens if the bids that come back are higher than anticipated?
So to come up with this estimate, we used the bids that we received, and we looked at the actual bid values for the elements that we want to implement. So that's what we used to come up with the estimate, and that's why we feel that we are comfortable in giving you this quote. I think, and we are looking at some other options of looking at maybe procuring the equipment directly from the manufacturer as another option, the play equipment. So there may be other solutions that are out there that we are considering. Meanwhile, while depending on your direction, we'll proceed on that.
Okay. Can you make this similar to one of Councilmember Mar's earlier questions? I'm curious, what would be the lowest cost, quickest way to make this park available to the residents?
So one of the alternatives that we have in there, I mean, again, none of the options will deliver anything quicker, because you still have to go through a bid process. Either you implement $1 million project or you implement a $1.6 million project. So the time duration is almost the same for both of them. It's not going to change significantly. We are talking weeks, but not months in terms of difference in timing, because we do a smaller size playground is all it is. As I mentioned, at a minimum, we need to rebuild the restroom, and we have to redo all the play equipment and refurbish the airplane. So the elements remain the same. It's just the size of the playground, whether you want to keep the project that we designed at least for the playground piece, or we go to the size that's out there right now, and get new equipment to fit the smaller size. So those are the two options, and the timing is pretty identical, because you still have to go through a process of procuring equipment and installing and construction.
What is the lowest cost project that you see as viable to get the park open to residents?
It's $1 million.
1 million, which we have already identified as available. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Can you show the map again with the recommended reduced design?
So this shows the description of what.
No, I wanted the visual. I have a question about the visual.
Yes.
Thank you. And the question sort of comes from the goal of making green space open to the public as quickly as possible. I appreciate your comments about how the residential community in this area has not had park access. I forget the timeline, but it's years. I think Councilmember Chavez can speak to that. I think he said he and I both grew up climbing on that airplane. I think he said his younger sister has never stepped foot in that park. So we're talking about a generation of children who have not had access to this park. The design here on the left was a wonderful dream. Of course, we're in a different financial situation now. So I'm curious about sort of creative strategies to have this park or parts of the park available to residents during the summer, or as soon as possible. And I see this sort of lower half. If we look at a diagonal, there's this lower half that's just grass. Is it possible in a project to fence off the part where you're describing we would need construction to open up safely, even if it was a reduced playground, but make the grassy part accessible? Is the grass part something that we could do in-house, or at much lower cost?
So Councilman Reynolds, our staffing in the park section is not to the level where we can take that kind of a project in-house. So it has to be implemented by a contractor. It's a fairly large project. We can definitely take up planting of trees. For example, we removed a lot of trees from the project, and our staff through community tree planting program, we can go ahead and look at planting trees in this diagram. If you look at it, if you think north as going up towards Donald Dungan, it's like the northwest corner. We could look at planting trees in that area, but that can be done at staff level. But a lot of the turf that is left over, I mean, if we fence off, if we keep the existing fencing the way it is for construction, the contractor will be responsible for maintaining that turf and restoring the turf upon following his construction. That'll be part of the contract document for them to do it. If we have that turf is there right now, and if that has to be kept open, we can look into an option where we can modify the fencing to keep a part of it open. I mean, that's something that we can look into. I'm not sure what kind of irrigation modification that might entail, but that's something that we can explore.
Okay, so to the question about whether, what I'm hearing from you is that there's no feasible way to open this park for less than $1 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're not sure if there may be a way to open a portion of the park before February 2021, but you're not sure.
So, Councilman Reynolds, let me, on the previous question, can we, for example, that restroom that we have, can we live with that same restroom? I mean, we can look into that option. If you think that we keep everything the way it is, and all we do is refurbish, that could be less than $1 million if you think about that particular option. But we don't recommend, because that restroom takes up so much of footprint and had so many issues with the way it's configured and the way it's designed. We don't recommend it. While that's an option, we do not recommend that. And with respect to the timing of it, I think February is kind of the earliest where we can implement the project, the revised project as we are proposing. But if there are elements of it that can be opened earlier, sooner, we could look into that, like the grass area and things like that.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to hear from other council members. I think that the most meaningful action we can take on this park is to get it open to residents. And I hope one day we can implement the wonderful design that we've seen. And I don't think that we should feel locked into spending a lot of money on this park just because we plan to before. We always can in the future. The value of this park is having it accessible to the residents. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to Mayor Pro Tem Stevens. Councilman Reynolds, can you undo your hand raise, please?
So Raj, I only have one question, and you may have covered it a little bit in one of your last answers, but tell me briefly, why it is we have to demolish and move the bathroom and how much that costs.
So the existing restroom, let me see if there's pictures of that. You can see the picture of that restroom. It's a very large structure, takes up a lot of footprint, and it's we had many issues with the way this restroom was used in the past. We had a lot of drug usage in that. We had, people would hate going to the restroom and even to the park for a long time. And the revised design that we are proposing has a much smaller footprint. It's easier to manage, and less prone to any illicit activities. So that's our plan to demolish this, and it also provides a little bit more acreage, square footage for the grass areas.
So Raja, and I know this has been a cause for some humor before, but I'm serious that we did look into with the sanitary district different options for public restrooms which have small footprints and are relatively inexpensive and self-cleaning, very practical. They wouldn't be candidates for crime or drug use or anything like that. And so when the time comes, discuss that with me, and maybe we can go back to the sanitary district and see if they would still be interested in helping us with that, notwithstanding the comments that were made when it came up last time.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, you were asking about the cost. Now, because of we had to remove the restroom and then we're relocating it. There is utilities that have to be done, upgraded, and moved. So that's all part of our cost, and we think that's in the $500,000 to $600,000 range for the whole thing, including restroom and the utilities and all that work. And the remaining money is for the playground part.
Right. Well, the restrooms that we were looking at back in 2017 cost $100,000 each. So we might be able to cut that at less than a half. And those restrooms would be very adequate for the purpose. And they'd be permanent, by the way, not temporary, not porta potty, plumbed in, permanent.
Okay, Councilmember Mansour. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, can you unraise your hand?
Mr. Sethuraman, looking at the staff report on page 3 at the very bottom under fiscal review, it says the project is being considered for implementation using Southern California Edison rebates and on-bill financing program. Is that still the case? And just out of curiosity, I get the financial situation we're in. I'm just curious, is that the same bucket, for lack of a better word, or source of funding that we use to underground the utilities once in a while?
So Councilor Mansour, this is a different project. It's actually a park lighting project that we are considering other options. We set aside some funding for that project over the years, and recently with our energy and sustainability manager, we are looking at other options, and we'll be actually coming to council approval in June for a project that will implement using these rebates and all that for few parks.
Okay, so
changing out the lighting.
So are you saying that on our Edison bill, there is a on-bill financing, we all pay something into the fund for undergrounding utilities? Is there a separate amount that we all pay on our electric bill for park lighting? Is that correct?
No, Councilman Mansour, no, that's a different one. What you're referring to is Rule 20A, that is for undergrounding. The on-bill financing is where we implement an efficiency project, and Edison uses the money that we would save on our monthly bill, and they basically they keep that to fund the loan.
Got it.
So there is a period of time, a few years, where they keep the savings to pay for that loan. So that's on bill.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just want to thank staff for redesigning, reviewing. I know you worked really hard to try to maintain the community's hopes and dreams and all those surveys, and I'm grateful that you did all that work. So I had some questions about trees. Looking at what you have up now in slide 10, the trees that are shown in the left corner where the grassy area is, there's 4 trees. Are those existing trees?
Yes, those are, Madam Mayor, those are existing trees.
Okay, and then the trees that are also scattered around on the other side, are any of those existing trees?
That's correct.
And how many are that are existing?
There are 14 existing trees.
Okay, all right, very good, thank you. And then as it relates to, I know we're foregoing the monument sign that was a little elaborate. Is there going to be, much like we had for the library, wishful thinking, any kind of on our website, like a fundraiser, you can donate and have an opportunity to buy the monument sign or pay for the airplane or refurbishment or anything like that?
Madam Mayor, we haven't explored that, but that's a good option that that we can look into and see if we can raise monies for other elements. Maybe it could be park benches, or it could be things that are amenities for the project.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, I'm going to close, or I'm going to actually open up public comment. Ms. Green, do we have any members of the public who submitted comments before the meeting? Or in
Madam Mayor, we have no email comments. We have 2 members of the public that have raised their hand that wish to speak.
Okay, can you ask former council member Wendy Lees, if you would like to speak, you can speak at this time.
Okay, let me get her into the room. So I will allow. All right.
All right, thank you that I can come into the room. So I like the comments that Councilwoman Marr made about how can we get this open as soon as possible. I live near this park, and of course my kids grew up going there, and we all enjoy the park. But there was really an effort to preserve the trees. So now that we're back to square one, I hope, it's just my opinion, that we can look at the plan and keep those trees and not have to remove them. But it's a good discussion, and I know it was a dream that we had, but I agree that we just need to not do it on the cheap, but do it in a phased in manner, like Raja was saying, that to just at least make it open for the kids in the neighborhood and the families, and not worry about it being extravagant and spending money that we don't have. So thank you very much for letting me speak. Good discussion.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is who? Ms. Green?
Yes, the next speaker that is Mr. Rutherford. All right. Mr. Rutherford, you can speak now.
Thank you, Ms. Green, Mayor Foley, City Council members. I just wanted to chime in, Cassius Rutherford here. not speaking on behalf of the Parks Commission, just speaking as myself, really appreciate the creative leadership and the creative work that's gone into this proposal, especially of city staff. Raja, your department, I'm sure Director Aguilar is listening in as well. This is just yet another example of the creative leadership to keep us on track through this public health crisis. It's easy to forget that this is a park-poor neighborhood in West Side. And so creating this public space for them, is even more critical at this time. So just wanted to chime in. Thank you for getting creative to keep this project on track, and I fully support this recommendation, your continued work.
Thank you. Okay, we have no other speakers in the call-in. And so at this time, I'll close the public hearing. I'll move the staff recommendation. Is there a second? Councilor
Second.
Second.
Okay.
I'll second it. I don't know.
Okay. So I'll speak to the motion, then I'll go to you, Councilor Chavez. Oh shoot, I see that the city manager had her hand raised. I apologize. So I support the staff recommendation. I think it's important that we listen to the residents who really spent a lot of time to tell us what they wanted. And then I think staff has done an excellent job of trying to preserve as much of what the community expressed in all their surveys, and the kids that filled out the surveys, and the families. And I remember many meetings in the rain. So I really appreciate that staff is working to really try to preserve that and to try to reduce the costs to the greatest extent possible. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens had a good idea, I think, that we should contemplate and consider. That might shave off some more dollars off this project. I like that we saved 14 trees. And I understand that there probably isn't any other trees that could be saved, but I know that staff knows that's important to us, and they'll save whatever trees are viable, and not just in terms of the design, but in terms of the health of the tree. And so I fully support this. I think that it's a negligible amount of time that will pass between if we did something, less. I don't know what that would be based on the discussion by Mr. Setharaman. And so I hope that we can move forward with this project and quickly get it out to bid and try to turn it around as quickly as possible. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yeah, Mayor Floyd said a lot of the points I was going to make. I think of utmost importance is going to be the speed of this project. Councilmember Reynolds mentioned that my sister has been in this park. That's a talking point I like to say, but the important thing to realize is, let's get it done right, and let's get it done responsibly. Let's look at all the avenues, but maybe like doing Mayor Pro Tem Stevens' idea, and let's get it done. At the end of the day, the old Lions Park, as I remember it, was 2 playground equipment, a swing set, and an airplane. And I guarantee you, I went for the airplane. So I think this is good from staff. Thank you for the recommendation.
Okay, and Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, I'm sorry, I'm going to go to City Manager. Did you have something you want to add?
I did, Madam Mayor. I was just wanting to get basically the consensus from the council on how to move forward on this. And so I think there are other council members with additional comments. So just wanting to know if you wanted us.
Well, I know everybody's going to get to speak. I thought you wanted to add something.
Well, it was just the fact that we could come back with options, but I wanted to just mention a few highlights from some of the comments that Raja made in terms of our deliberations as we make the final decision on this. One is the bids came in at a high of 3.5 or 3.6 just about. So this already represents a $2 million reduction from where the bids came in. That's one. Two, just the airplane restoration itself is pretty significant in terms of an expense. And so I don't foresee any scenario that's really under $1 million for the project based on the costs that I've reviewed, my walkthrough of the site, and looking at some of the, just some of the challenges with the playground equipment and the airplane. And so I guess even if we were to cut the project back by another $600,000, it's a one-time cost. And so, it's just, do we wait and explore other options, which we can do, and we can try to bring those back quickly, or do we start? And so it's a significant change from the plan that everyone has worked on this far. I understand entirely the frustration with the park not being available for so long. And so when we're done with council comments, I would like to ask Raja if there's a way to fast track the project in any way, so that we can get it open to the public sooner. And maybe the bathroom would be a good opportunity to seal that off, push that into another phase so we can open sooner, get the airplane done, get the equipment refurbished, seal off the bathrooms, which would help to reduce costs, and hopefully get it open sooner, and see if that gets us under $1 million and gets it open faster. And we push the bathrooms into another phase.
Mr. Sethuraman, is that an option? Because I think the bathroom, it sounds like, is the most, it's a relative to the overall park, it's the most expensive.
Madam Mayor, it's definitely an option, but what we are doing at that point is we are limiting the playground to the size that is there today, not to what we want to be expanded park, because it uses some of the footprint of that to make that size. So it depends on if we want to change the project to be what it is today, basically refurbish, great new equipment, refurbish the plane, but keep the same footprint of the playground.
So if you were to demolish the bathroom but not rebuild the bathroom, would that save money?
Yes.
Okay. So that you could demolish the bathroom so that you can have that extra space that also gives more open space, more grassy area. And then you just don't put in a new bathroom yet until maybe the next phase. Because we have the bathroom in the library. I mean, there's bathrooms there.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So if that is an option, we can pursue that option.
Is there a way to bid the project so that it, or to request the bids for the project so that they give us a option with a bathroom and an option without the bathroom? Can we ask for that?
Because it's such a big element, actually bidding two separate projects. So yeah, definitely.
I'm sorry, I lost you. You cut out. Can you repeat that?
Madam Mayor, yeah, we can get bids for with and without, but essentially what we are doing at that point is we are asking for one bid would be for demolition of the restroom and building the new playground, expanded playground. That's one bid, and a separate bid for the restroom itself. Because such a big element, if you ask for with and without, the cost for they realize a lot of savings when they do it as one project, but if they do it as two separate projects, then you will get a higher price for a standalone bathroom.
Okay, so as it relates to the how we're going to frame what we want in the request for bids, yes, maybe we would inform them that we're going to ask for the bid, but we're going to have it phased. Is that how you would set it up?
That's correct, Madam Mayor. One other option is we could change the bathroom. I need to find what the cost is, but if we go with a prefabricated restroom building, for example, that's another option to look into to save cost. We designed a nice facility here. Maybe it could be changed to a different look with the prefabricated building. And that's
okay. So there's some options to shave off, because the bathroom seems to be a very big expense for this project. It's kind of driving the cost up.
That's correct, Madam Mayor. Yeah, we could look into that concept.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. That was a good suggestion. Did you have anything else before I go to the next? Councilmember, okay. Who did I say? Councilmember Reynolds, and then Councilmember Marr, then Councilmember Guinness.
Thank you. Yeah, Ms. Farrell Harrison, thank you for that question. I think there are sort of two concerns for me. One is the timing and what we could possibly do more quickly, or whether there's a partial area that we could open to the residents. And then there's the cost, right? I think where the current recommendation still requires us to find, it was about $400,000. That's not currently allocated, and we don't have, right, we're not going to have $400,000. We're going to have to pull that from somewhere else. So it really like the idea of finding a project that we know we have the money for already. And I'm not sure where we've landed on that in this discussion. Does the motion now include a sort of a question about two bids, a $1 million project or $1.2 million project versus a potential $1.6 million?
No, my motion is the staff recommendation. The staff recommendation is to go out. They're gonna, based on the suggestion by the city manager, think they can do the request for bids, and it'll be less than 1.6 million because we're going to take the bathroom out. And he said the bathroom was about a $600,000 cost. So just taking the bathroom out, we can get to $1 million and still have the expanded, much nicer park, which everyone worked so hard to get, and that creates jobs. I mean, this is a job creator. It's going to create revenue.
Is the current motion then the staff recommendation minus the bathroom?
Well, he's going to look at that. I'm okay with excluding the bathroom and doing it in a phase as the city manager suggested. So that is fine with me. I just want to get the project out to bid and get back quickly so that we can get it open more quickly. And so if he has to redesign the whole project, that's actually going to delay the project. And it's not going to, I mean, if we take the bathroom out, that pretty much solves the problem, it sounds like to me. Instead of delaying it and going back to redesign the whole project. There's not an option. I feel like there's this impression that there's an option to just kind of like put some things on paper and move things around pretty simply without an additional delay or cost. And what I'm hearing is that's just gonna delay everything, and we're not gonna have that much value from it. Much more value from the city manager's recommendation to get rid of the bathroom. But I don't want to make my motion a fixture of removing the bathroom. I want to give flexibility to staff so that if they can play with the numbers and they can get the cost down with some kind of a prefab bathroom of sorts, then I don't see why we wouldn't want to go forward with that. But if they can't, I'm going to let them have the discretion to keep the dollars down and get the bid out and get it moving so that we could get it open. That's kind of where I am. Kim, Ms. Barlow, I can't hear you. Ms. Barlow, okay.
Okay, so I was just going to suggest that we could do the bathroom as a potential additive item in our bidding so that we can decide when we get the bid if the cost of that is appropriate, you know, and within the amount of money that we're looking to spend. And I think Mr. Sethuraman would say that that's probably the best option to go at this point. So if you'd like to make that an additive item that we can then evaluate when we get the bids, that may be the best.
So what do you need from me for the motion for that to happen?
I think if you move the staff recommendation with a minor modification to make the bathroom reconstruction an additive item, that will do what we need.
Okay, so moved. Does the second concur?
Madam Mayor, can you also authorize us to look into cost-saving things like prefabricated restrooms?
Yes, so moved. Second concur?
Yes, I'm about getting this done as fast as possible because I think the end goal is to have a park available to our residents.
Right.
So if it takes longer, I don't want to do it.
Councilmember Reynolds, did you have anything else?
No, I think that change addresses what I was looking for. certainly not additional delay. I think the action now, I mean, the recommendation is to have the park architect or designer redesign the park, or whatever, adjust the design plans. So we're talking about how we would adjust the design plans, which drives what the expected cost would be. So if the motion now is that the adjusted plans would not include a bathroom, but provide a bathroom as an additive piece, I think that puts us in the $1 million range. That's my understanding. Is that correct, Mr. Sethuraman?
So, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Reynolds, we need to look into, it will be very close to that. So I think we will be anywhere between $1 million and 1.6. So I hope it's more closer to $1 million or even less. And as I mentioned, we'll look into many other options on trimming the cost for this one, different other bidding scenarios too. So we'll come back with that once we evaluate. But I think we have very good direction on how to proceed.
And then the bids have to come back. I mean, we have to vote on it again anyway.
That's correct. You'll get to decide when we get the bids with the additive item, whether you want to go with the bathroom or without, depending on what we're able to get.
Yeah. I mean, my interest is making sure that we're asking for a bid on a design that we have the money for.
Yes.
Understood.
And I think we've set it up that way, but I'll listen to other comments here.
Councilor Mar.
Yeah, I'd like to offer a substitute motion that we cap the total project cost at the amount available we have in the Park Development Fund, which is $1 million.
Is it 1.2 or 1?
1.045, I think. What I wrote down.
Mr. Sethuraman, is it 1.404 or was it 1.2? I thought I wrote down.
So we have about in the project budget, we have approximately $1.25 million that's available for this.
The staff report showed 1.045.
It's if you include the park fees, the money that we have from Assemblywoman and the allocated funds, and if you subtract what we need for the NCC, we have about 1.25 million.
Great, but we said earlier that if we can use the funds from the grant towards the NCC, then that's money we're not pulling out of the capital improvement project fund or supplementing it that way, right? So the funds that are restricted that we can spend on parks that we wouldn't be spending on something else are about $1 million.
So Madam Mayor, on that one, I mean, definitely we could look into capping it at 1 million, but then we may be, we have to seriously consider the playground part of it.
I mean, you're paying an engineering firm to do a redesign at this point anyway. You're telling them up front what the budget is that they have the availability to design to. I think that's better than this sort of like amorphous, somewhere between 1 and 1.6 is a pretty broad range. I just want to be hyper clear about that. That's the money that we have set aside to do park stuff. So that's what we should spend.
Okay, Ms. Farrell Harrison.
I'd like to make a suggestion. If we cap the pure project cost to $1 million, Raja, with 200,000 for, let's say, contingency or something unexpected that happens once we start digging in the ground. Let's go back and see what we can do for $1 million that does not include the restroom, right? The restroom piece is additive. Let's find out the cost of demolition, because demolition isn't free. So usually that's a cost too. That might be, I don't know, 25 to 50, who knows, just depending on what issues come up. And then how about maintaining the footprint as is, as opposed to the expanded footprint? I see the mayor shaking her head. Okay. So it could be something that they put in the bid. We can ask it both ways: existing footprint, expanded footprint, and then the bathroom on the side, but they have to single out the demolition cost too.
The existing footprint of the playground is very small. It's very small. And so it's going to be like, you won't be able to put any of that playground equipment in there with that size of a playground, because you have to have space around each of the pieces of play equipment. There's like a landing area that is required. And I only know this from being on the school board and all the playgrounds that we had to put in. So there's a landing area that expands the size of the footprint. So I think we're going to get into this situation where we really won't be. We're just going to have swings and the plane, really.
That's the case, and I think 1.2 is a good starting point for the expanded with the demolition, no refurbished bathrooms, and let's see what that comes in at. And including a contingency, I don't see that being less than 1.2 million.
Yeah, I don't see how it could be.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I think 1.25, the money that we have, I mean, if that's, we could look into designing to that cap. I mean, that's one way to look into it.
Okay, I will, there was no second, so I'll revise my motion to cap it at 1.25. Does the second concur?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Mar, did you have anything else? Okay, Councilmember Guinness. Councilmember Guinness, you have to turn your microphone on.
I'd like to clarify the motion because I believe the 1.25 was based on some of the information in here about the park fund, but there's none of the grant fund left. I mean, that's all that we have left is 1.25. I thought we had like more than that left in the fund for this project.
Madam Mayor, Councilor Guinness, 1.25 is all we have left for the playground part of the project after we have money for.
Because when this first came along, when the whole Lions Park project came along, and it did not include redoing the playground, my feeling was if we did nothing else, we needed to redo the bathroom because the bathroom has been a problem. This particular bathroom with this particular design is a problem feature at the park. So at a minimum, we have to just eliminate it. And I know that people will be able to use the library bathroom when the library is open, but not if the library isn't open. So I hope that this does not create a problem for the neighborhood, although if you're in the neighborhood, you could probably use your own bathroom. And that we can at some point add the bathroom because it's kind of important. The other things are the trees. Several people have mentioned the trees, and we'd be remiss in this whole conversation if nobody acknowledged Cindy Black's work in getting the trees preserved. She went and she retained all the trees were at one point planned, nearly all planned for removal, and she at her own expense retained an arborist who went out there and worked with staff to really look at saving the trees. And I think she deserves a lot of credit, along with Arliss's mom, Olga, too. Olga Reynolds also was pushing to save the trees. And then as far as the airplane goes, we do need to repair the airplane. We can't, getting rid of the airplane is not on the table, I don't think. In fact, what I would like to see us pursue is we have several landmarks, historic landmarks in our city. That airplane was a World War II airplane there's a real airplane inside that thing, inside the cement. And there has been an airplane in that park for probably 75, maybe not 75, at least 70 years, over 70 years. And there are generations of kids who played on that. And we have a list of historic landmarks in our city of local landmarks. And I really think that airplane needs to be added. And then I'm going to support the motion. I wish that we were moving forward with a bathroom. But the people in that neighborhood really deserve to have a usable park as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, the airplane is part of the park project.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I was thinking in the future, because there was some talk about even trying to move it, in which case it would have fallen apart.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking in the future for future councils, even if we could somehow put that on our list of historic landmarks, because it really
Oh,
is.
Okay, I didn't understand. That's a good point. Thank you. That's a good suggestion. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, you're up. Or wait, let me see. I think, did Councilmember Mansour have a comment? Nope. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, you're up.
No comment. I
Okay.
support the motion.
Okay. So I don't see, Councilmember Reynolds, did you have another question? Or just, it was left over? Okay. Okay, call for the question by voice vote. Ms. Green?
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Mar,
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour,
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
and Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Sethuraman. Thank you, Ms. Farrell Harrison. Okay, next item number 2. New
Yes.
business.
Thank you. West 19th Street bicycle and pedestrian improvements and Class 2 and 3 bicycle facilities, city project number 20-02. Presentation by Mr. Sethuraman, Public Services Director.
Mr. Sethuraman, you're up again.
So, Madam Mayor, I don't have a formal presentation on this one. So we had a project for West 19th Street to implement bicycle lanes and bicycle route project. In addition, we have several Class 3 bicycle routes that we wanted to implement, and also some modifications at few intersections, 3 intersections. At the previous previous meeting, when you reviewed different cost-cutting measures, we identified approximately $200,000 of capital improvement funds that are part of this particular project, and we defunded that amount. And our plan is, as part of our next year's budget, we can request funding from traffic impact fee to substitute the lost capital improvement money, and our plan is to re-advertise the project at that point and get new bids on the project. So our recommendation is to reject the bids at this time and authorize staff to proceed in the future.
Okay, council, if you have questions, please raise your hand. Councilman Reynolds. Okay, you have to unmute.
Did that.
There you go.
Sorry about that. Okay. It's always once. Okay. Yeah, so Mr. Sethuraman, my usual question is just on schedule. I just want to make sure I'm really clear on what the intention here is regarding schedule. I think I heard you say that by canceling this project, rejecting the bids on this project, we're releasing some general fund money, right? That you anticipate being able to supplement with traffic impact fee funds, and that this would be a project for fiscal year 2021. What is your intended schedule on this project?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Reynolds, our intention is to move fairly quickly. I know when the bike committee, we presented this information to the bike committee when we received the bids, and at that time we wanted to proceed, and some committee members expressed some concern about the number of Class 3 and the cost of implementing those Class 3 projects, and they wanted to exclude some of those streets. And so we'll run it by the bike and walkability committee again on list of projects that we want to implement, and then we quickly issue another bid document. We are pretty much at the end of the fiscal year, and our new fiscal year is starting with new funding. And so we could advertise the project in July and implement this soon after we get authorization.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I got we heard a lot of discussion on the last project about lots of people being involved in the design discussions to inform the design, and people who were involved in that process for the West 19th Street bike lanes were really disappointed. They had thought that this staff report was about canceling the project, and I want to make sure that I can say to them with confidence that's not the intention here. The intention is to reject the current bids and re-advertise in July. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, I will open this item up for public comment. Ms. Green, did we have any public comments, or are there any attendees wishing to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have 3 written public comments. The first one is from Cynthia McDonald. While staff has recommended rejecting the bids on these projects in order to make cuts in the budget, I want to point out that residents have increased cycling and walking the past 2 months. Many people will continue this habit once restrictions are lifted, and there will still be a need for active transportation improvements on West 19th Street. While I understand budget cuts are necessary, sacrificing the safety of residents is not. The Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets has the opportunity to apply for a grant from SCAG that could be used for traffic calming, slow street projects. I ask that the City Council support this effort and request that staff be instructed to work with CMABS on this effort. Also, there are several streets in the city where the bike lane striping was installed incorrectly and needs to be corrected. This is a safety issue, and funds need to be reserved to correct this dangerous situation. I am also concerned about the need to cut staffing, furlough employees to save money. While it is good to look at this because it is the city's most expensive budget item, we risk losing employees to other cities, thereby losing institutional knowledge. My employer has seen collections slow, but rather than furlough all staff, has opted to cut draws by the partners and focus on retaining employees so that when business ramps back up, we have the experience in place to better service our clients. I suggest the City Council consider taking a temporary cut in their pay so as many of our city employees could remain on the payroll full-time or on a partial furlough basis. Thank you. And now Stacy will be reading a couple other comments into the record.
Thank you. From Flo Martin, rejecting all bids for West 19th Street and bicycle and pedestrian improvement project is a good move financially at this time. But that area of West Costa Mesa still desperately needs some serious cycling and pedestrian TLC. So many Costa Mesans are now walking or on their bikes. The city could easily set up slow or speed limit signage in the 19th Street medians. The local organization Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets, CMABS, would gladly offer volunteers to help in such a street calming project. CMABS, I am a board member, is applying for a $10,000 SCAG mini grant. If the grant comes through, we would love to support, especially in directing city staff to work with CMABS in a slow streets project. Next, from Michelle Fay. Goal 1, Policy 9 on the city's active transportation plan states that our goal is to pursue mode split of 50% motor vehicles, 10% transit, 10% bicycles, 20% walking, and 10% other forms. Yet by canceling or delaying active transportation infrastructure projects while proceeding with projects like the Fairview Road signal synchronization that just make it easier and more convenient to drive, we will be retreating from this goal instead of progressing. This is like aiming to eat a healthier diet while putting bowls of potato chips all around your home, but hiding the fruit in the back of the cabinet over the fridge. With fewer cars on the roads, but more people walking and biking, now is the perfect time to explore low-cost, quick-build active transportation improvements. For instance, Redwood City recently implemented a slow streets program intended to make 6 miles of residential streets safer for walking and rolling while maintaining safe social distancing for an estimated cost of nearly $10,000. This is less than 5% of the $209,806 budgeted for the Fairview Signal Synchronization Project. Do we want to return from COVID-19 to streets full of cars, with families afraid to let their kids walk to school or even play outside? Or do we want to return to clean air and calm streets that people feel safe enough to walk or bike to their local coffee shop? Which direction is our city spending moving us in? Thank you for your time.
Okay, Ms. Green, was that the last public comment?
That was the last written one. If members of the public wish to comment on this, could you please raise your hand? And if you're participating via telephone, you do *9. Okay, so we do have one. Oh, they just went away. Oh, there we go. Okay, we have a couple people that are participating. So the first one that I'm going to allow to talk is a phone number. It's 714 and then it ends in 056. Please proceed to speak.
Good evening, Council. This is Ralph Tabota. I'm a member of the Bike and Walkability Committee, so I'm familiar with these projects, and I understand how they need to be deferred. However, inside this project, there's two intersections in particular, Victoria and Pomona and Victoria and Placentia, that currently have bike or striped bike lanes that way back when they were striped were actually striped incorrectly. And they put the cyclists at risk. And I'm wondering if there's any way to pull those two intersections out of this project, of whether it's staff doing this restriping or a contractor, because again, it's a risky situation for cyclists and should be corrected as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tabota. Nice to have you joining us. Next speaker, please, Ms. Green. I believe the next speaker is Mr. Rutherford.
Thank you, Mayor Foley. I just wanted to quickly chime in on this. I think it's unfortunate that important projects have to be cut due to the financial situation and the COVID-19 crisis, but I'm really supportive of any efforts of the council, city staff, partnering with residents and resident organizations to be creative about what can continue to go forward for safe streets and slow streets. Other cities are doing this where they're closing down streets, and it's really popular with residents. And so I think it'd be especially successful if the effort was supported by council and staff. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us tonight. Okay, closing public comment. Council, if you'd like to make a motion, it looks like I have Councilmember Chavez, Councilmember Reynolds. So Councilmember Chavez?
Yes, before I make a motion, I have a few questions for staff. I realize I raised hand too late. So
okay, do you want me to, sorry, let me get a motion on the floor and then you can ask your question.
Sure, I'll motion to reject all bids and authorize staff to re-advertise the project in future time. And then I might amend it regarding the answer to my question.
Okay.
So
Councilmember Reynolds? Councilmember Reynolds, can you turn off your mute?
Thanks. 2 in a row. Okay. Yeah, Councilmember Chavez, would you add to that to also direct staff to look into, to explore some of these lower cost quick build options that we've heard some discussion about?
Can we keep those as two separate motions? Because this is about rejecting the bids. So I think I support that, but I'd like to have it as two separate things. Because one it's not conditioned on the other.
Okay, I will second Councilmember Chavez's motion.
And then if you want to speak to the motion, Councilmember Chavez, then I'll go to you, Councilmember Reynolds, and then I'll go back to you, Councilmember Reynolds, for your motion on that other item, okay?
Well, I first have a question for staff, so I'll just start there because I've been talking with a few members of CMABS regarding them wanting to apply for the SCAC funding of $10,000. And my question to staff is this: should they succeed in getting the funding, would it be possible for us to use this project and perhaps use that funding? Because I think they have good ideas that I don't want to see go to waste. And I know we're being, again, fiscally responsible by doing this and waiting until next year. But I don't want to lose any momentum of having safer streets and more bikeability in our city.
Mr. Sethuraman, I don't think the two are at all connected. I spoke with Mr. Perkins today, and this West 19th Street project is completely different than what that is that Arliss is talking about, Mr. Councilman Reynolds. But Mr. Sethuraman, do you understand his question?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I think you kind of answered that question. First of all, I'm not fully familiar with what CMABS is planning on. I heard about it, and I don't have many details. Again, $10,000 is not enough to implement what we are trying to do. Ours is a more permanent solution. So that's something that we need to look into a separate project.
Okay. Well, I guess just for simplicity's sake, I'll just keep it to my motion as originally mentioned. Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds? Councilmember Reynolds?
I seconded the existing motion.
Right. Did you want to speak to it or no?
Sure.
Oh, you don't have to wait.
I would not support this motion if we weren't in a fiscal crisis. I'm supporting it because of the fiscal situation we're in, and I know we have to cut back in a lot of places. And I'm also supporting it with the understanding that we have other sort of restricted funds from the traffic impact fees that we can still be using to advance other forms of mobility around the city. It is a council priority. There are lots and lots of benefits. Start from safety on our streets to, as I mentioned, a strong relationship with cities that provide good active transportation and the economic success of their small businesses. So I don't want us to lose sight of the actions that that many people have supported, the designs that many people have supported. And I do think that there are some creative ways. I think we can learn a lot from what other cities are doing, even our neighbors in Santa Ana, for example, on lower cost ways to lower cost and quick ways to implement some infrastructure that facilitates safer walking, biking, skating, scooting, rollerblading. We're seeing now too, that's coming back. So again, I'm supporting the motion because of the fiscal crisis we're in, and with the understanding that we do have other restricted funds that can still support active transportation.
Okay, thank you. We'll call for the question on that motion, and then I'm going to turn it back over to Councilmember Reynolds. Ms. Green?
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gannis?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes, I'll be supporting the motion, and I think Councilmember Mar and I both were on the Bikeability Committee. She wasn't on the council yet, and we were discussing this very item like all those years ago. It's so sad to be taking this vote right now. Another consequence of COVID. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, so an extension of that conversation, I'd like to move that we direct staff to explore some of these sort of lower cost, quick build, active transportation projects, specifically targeting residential neighborhoods, and looking for ways, again, to support our active transportation goals with reduced budgets.
I'll second that motion. And then maybe Councilmember Reynolds, you and I can have a meeting with Ms. Farrell Harrison and Mr. Setharaman, and then kind of like narrow the focus of what that means. Is that good?
Sure.
Okay. Are there any questions? Seeing no hands, call for the question by voice vote.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Chavez, hands up.
I think it was left
Oh,
over.
sorry.
Okay,
It's to do the mute.
okay, thank you.
Oh,
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Mar,
Aye.
Councilmember Mansour,
Yes.
Councilmember Gannis,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Councilmember
Yes.
Chavez.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Oh,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. Thank you. There's some kind of weird delay with Councilmember Chavez. Okay. Item number 3. Do we need to take a bathroom break, everyone? Okay.
Yeah.
We have. I need to.
Let's take like
I know.
5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Okay, if everybody would remember to undo your video and to mute yourself.
Okay, Ms. Green, are you back? Looks like not.
Yes,
So
I am back. Yes, I'm
Oh,
back.
okay. So
Okay, we can begin.
let's move to our last item, new business item number 3.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, ratifying Regulation Number 4 issued by the City Manager as Director of Emergency Services to modify Regulations Number 1 and Number 3 to allow partial reopening of certain parks and golf courses subject to required safety measures. And we have a presentation by Ms. Aguilar, Acting Parks and Recreation Services Director. And I'm not sure if Ms. Barlow needed to say anything first.
Ms. Barlow, did you need to say anything first?
No, I'm just ready for questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Aguilar?
Okay, I'm just setting it up. Is everybody seeing the PowerPoint?
Yes, we see it.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. This evening, we have a brief presentation for the partial reopening of parks and the Costa Mesa Golf Course. The recommendation for this evening is for the City Council to adopt Resolution Number 2020-19, which ratifies Regulation Number 4, modifying Regulations Number 1 and 3, and allows for the partial reopening of selected parks and all golf courses for passive activity subject to the mandatory safety requirements. A state of emergency was declared on March 12th, and subsequently a stay-at-home order was issued by the governor. During this time, staff observed heavier than usual use of parks and that there was a particular increase in group gatherings counter to the stay-at-home order and physical distancing guidelines. On March 23rd, the Director of Emergency Services issued Regulation Number 1, closing all city parks and open spaces, including parking lots, picnic shelters, exercise equipment, and sports courts. This later included the shuttering of the Costa Mesa Golf Course and the Costa Mesa Tennis Center. On April 13th, the Director of Emergency Services issued Regulation Number 3, which required that each resident or visitor to the City of Costa Mesa wear a face covering or mask while outside their home while performing or accessing an essential service. This order was taken as a precaution to help with the slowing of the spread of the disease. Subsequent to the order, clarification was issued to note that a face covering was not required for residents walking, biking, or running. This order was consistent with the mandate from the Orange County Board of Supervisors requiring face coverings for employees in retail business and employees who interact with the public through essential business. On April 28th, the Director of Emergency Services issued Regulation Number 4, which followed guidance from the OC Supervisor's Office, allowing golfers to recreate on public and private courses within limitations and certain guidelines. In an effort to comply with the new guidance and provide more equitable access for the public to recreate, the restrictions on the park closures was also partially lifted while remaining in compliance with the general guidance from public health officials. The regulations stipulate that city parks were to reopen with some exceptions such as Fairview Park, the Costa Mesa Tennis Center, the Bark Park, and the skate park. These specialty use facilities will require some additional processes and discussions to ensure that we are able to reopen these spaces in a manner that's consistent with the guidance of health officials and minimizes the risk in accessing these areas given their unique characteristics. Later in the presentation, I'll address Fairview Park more specifically, as I know that this park has been a particular interest to our City Council and many members of the community who utilize this space due to its proximity to many residences. These guidelines remain consistent with the governor's stay-at-home order, as well as the guidelines established by the California Department of Parks and Recreation as they relate to maintaining closures of parking lots and areas and complying with continuous movement or staying active while visiting parks. As staff have navigated through the planning and reopening of parks and facilities, staff are also identifying additional considerations that may require additional implementation of guidelines to ensure the health and safety of the public. As we continue to receive data and updated information from health officials, the reopening approach will likely continue to evolve over the course of the next several weeks. Regulation 4 modifies Regulation 3 to extend use of face masks or coverings while visiting the Costa Mesa Golf Course. On April 21st, the City Council announced that a committee had been created to provide additional guidance for the reopening and phasing and approach of parks and facilities. This committee is comprised of council members, Parks, Arts, and Community Services Commissioners, the Fairview Park Steering Committee Chair, and community partners and staff. The committee has discussed and begun their work to identify key elements to address during the reopening phases and will continue to meet on a regular basis to modify their approach given the regular updates from the state and local authorities and health officials, and to ensure that we continue to comply with the stay-at-home order. During these meetings, we have discussed maintenance needs, better delineation of access areas, opportunities for surveying specific to Fairview Park, informational and directional signage, opportunities for volunteer groups, reduction of touch points, communication and marketing approach for voluntary compliance, opportunities for additional access to green spaces, and opportunities for new messaging for responsible park use as we begin to reopen. Additionally, we have reached out to OC Parks, and they are currently working on a phased reopening plan of their amenities. We are also in contact with the California State Parks and Recreation Department and are awaiting affirmative plans for the reopening of their state parks beyond their limited use. However, as mentioned earlier, our current regulation as outlined is consistent with OC Parks and the California Department of Parks and Recreation. The Parks and Community Services Department, along with other departments, has made it a priority to focus efforts on addressing the COVID-19 pandemic, which has included redirecting staff and funding resources to provide aid to vulnerable populations. For some background, Senior Services has implemented several programs to provide aid, including food and meal security programs, which were immediately deployed, the grocery distribution program that went from a monthly distribution to a weekly distribution, and the development of a communication plan for that group, including weekly calls to those individual seniors who were essentially sheltering in place. Additionally, the department was providing essential services in the form of daycare for some essential employees of the city. We have maintained the focus on engaging with the community and focus on virtual programming abilities, providing refunds to our patrons who were fiscally impacted by the cancellation of certain programs and classes, coordinating efforts with local blood banks for blood donation drives, and the establishment of procedures to ensure the safe reopening of certain public spaces. This, in addition to the focus on significant budget adjustments in the form of reductions, including a significant reduction in the part-time workforce, has limited and significantly reduced the ability for a diverse and historically adaptable department to focus on multiple items at one time. However, the department is working on a phased plan to reopen public spaces, but given the considerations that need to be discussed, we anticipate that this will not be something that will be immediate, but done in a manner that's consistent with guidance from the public health official orders and that can be implemented with the existing and significantly reduced resources. Additionally, maintenance staff have been redeployed to address a variety of maintenance-related tasks associated with COVID-19, specific to essential services, including deep cleanings of facility buildings, maintenance of vehicles for essential functions and operations, preparation and installation of appropriate physical distancing hardware for the reopening of City Hall and other public spaces, like our restrooms, where soap dispensers have been installed. The list outlines the various areas the city has taken into consideration for reopening, and the working committee will help to set guidelines and a timeline for the rolling out of this plan. This list is not all-inclusive and is not in any order of priority. These items will be discussed with the working committee. Currently, we have discussed a four-phase approach similar to that of the governor's plan for the introduction of programs, services, and events. As I mentioned earlier, this is evolving, and I just want to remind everyone that we are still in phase one of the reopening plan based on the governor's outlined four-phase approach. Regulation number 4 allows for some flexibility and grants authority for the implementation of this phased reopening with the guidance of the working committee, of course, to the Parks and Community Services Director and the city manager. I wanted to take some time to discuss Fairview Park and some of the general challenges with the universal reopening for this park to be included with other parks. Fairview Park encompasses 208 acres, which is larger than all of our other parks combined. In addition, it is home to 5 different natural habitat environments and more than 30 special species in the open space areas. Most of these fall under special protective environmental law, and some areas under preservation agreements with the city. The issue of reopening in sensitive areas is very common right now for many agencies. Much discussion is underway, but no guidelines have been developed. People are basing recommendations on past experience and natural resource science. Maintenance was determined as an essential business during the pandemic, but that only extended to the contracted services, not the volunteer groups that have been out at the park or have historically helped with restoration and maintenance. We have been maintaining Fairview Park to the best of our ability with already limited and recently reduced resources. Fairview Park does not have a single maintenance schedule, nor does the entire park have daily maintenance like other parks. The natural areas of the park have much more limited resources for regular maintenance. Some restoration areas are done by volunteers and some trails are done by contractors, so it's a mix. We had overgrowth on some trails, especially the user-defined trails on the Mesa. These trails are less than 2 feet wide, are in an area that need to be surveyed, and will be the last to be phased in for opening. We know where existing sensitive species are because our contract biologists conduct plant and animal surveys on a regular basis through their work. We are in discussion with Sea and Sage Audubon to come out and do a park-wide survey for birds given the closure. There are laws that protect species at various levels, and the only way to verify what has changed in the course of the closure at Fairview Park is to conduct a survey. We are looking to open trails through a phased plan. The natural areas need to be surveyed before reopening, and amenities will be considered with all of the parks. The map used here was generated from yesterday's committee discussion and will be revised based upon comments received from the group. There will be public communications regarding the plans when completed. We hope to have the primary wider paved connector trails all ready by the end of next week. Staff are also working on necessary COVID-19 signage for public use of trails at the park. Finally, as I stated earlier in the presentation, the staff recommendation is consistent with the orders from the state and local authorities and public health officials, and is also consistent with the health and safety of the public as the #1 priority. As such, we are recommending that the City Council adopt resolution number 2020-19, ratifying regulation number 4. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions. And I believe Ms. Cynthia D'Agostino, who's our Fairview Park Administrator, is also on the line.
Thank you. Excellent report. Ms. D'Agostino, did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
I had to unmute first. Thank you. I would just, based on the conversations earlier and some of the council comments, maybe remind everybody that restoration is also a council priority, and that some of the restoration areas that we need to look at really are the very last phases of being able to open. So I'm very confident that we can open the exterior connector trails between the neighborhoods and the Santa Ana River Trail within some of them this week, the very larger ones this week, and then by next week have most of those open. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Council members, if you have a question, please raise your hand in the participants bar. Councilmember Guinness.
I'm going to unmute now. I have several questions. One is, when you say that our rules are consistent with the state and county rules, are they identical, or do they just not present a conflict?
They're very similar. For example, the state has their parks open for passive use, and they also recommend staying active. In other words, continuous movement. And then with OC Parks, they've closed some of their parks to prevent gathering. So in that sense, we are consistent.
But we're not identical. In other words, the county may be a little more flexible than we are, and it sounds like the state. Well, I'll ask about the county first.
Right, they're not identical, but they also have, they don't necessarily have a skate park. So we have unique amenities in our city that aren't necessarily identical to the counties.
Well, are we stricter than the county, or are we the same? Like, say, would the county let you sit on the grass?
They encourage no gathering.
But what if you're by yourself?
They might.
And then you said the state recommended staying active. Are they requiring it, or are they recommending it?
Those are the recommendations.
Okay, because what I'm looking at, I'm having a little problem with, if already we're telling people they have to maintain social distancing and wear a mask, and then we're letting people go on the city-owned grass at the golf course, they can't go on the city-owned grass in a public park. And are there legal reasons we can't do that, or are we just being cautious? What is the reason?
I can address that, Mayor, members of the council. We're not letting people go on the grass of the golf course to spread out a blanket and sit down. And they are required to, on the golf courses, to continue play through, in other words, active use. And we are trying to encourage the same thing with our, especially with our trails, because the parks, park amenities are not open. There's too many touch points, the shelters, the picnic tables, the bathrooms, and so on. And we aren't able to control that right now. We're working on a plan. But our concern was that if we just let anybody come to the park, plop their blanket down, bring their cooler, whatever, we would have the same kind of problems that they had at the beaches that led the governor to shut the Orange County beaches down. So the regulation that has allowed the beaches in Orange County to reopen has required that it be active use only. People can't come, lay down a blanket, set down chairs, and sunbathe. They have to swim or surf or engage in other active activities. So we're trying to mirror that in order to prevent the risk of gathering until we can come up with a better plan, excuse me, a comprehensive plan to be able to allow people to engage in more passive activities at the parks.
Madam Mayor, I can
Wait,
testify.
I'm not done.
Well, I just want to say that I was at the
Hold
golf
on,
course
hold
and
on, hold on,
just want to say there's no picnicking at the golf course.
Okay, we know that. Just hold on. It's not your turn. Councilor Guinness.
Okay, and then shifting gears, because Fairview Park has been closed and because we have sensitive resources there, Fish and Wildlife has been taking a very close interest in the park. And do we need any sort of clearances from U.S. Fish and Wildlife prior to reopening the park, or do we even know?
I can handle that, Yvette, if you'd like.
Sure.
This is Cynthia. Thank you, Sandy, for asking. I have been in touch with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and we've been in touch with the State Department as well. We do not have any requirements to get their approvals to open, but both have recommended that we do what staff is recommending this evening, which is to survey our known habitated areas with either, you know, listed or threatened or special endangered species before we open.
Okay, because now ducks are not the brightest of our avian species. And I've actually even found duck eggs plunk on a path, but they're also not endangered. So we may see some surprises out there.
They're not endangered, but we do.
No,
have
I know they're not.
No, but we have the Migratory Bird Act, which because of the sea.
That's why I've been very careful not to step on the duck eggs.
Yeah, exactly.
Not that I would anyway. And I think those are my questions for now. Thank you. I'll mute myself.
Thank you. Okay, we have Councilmember Reynolds, then Councilmember Mansour, and I don't see anyone else. Councilmember Reynolds.
Unmuted. Okay. I wanted to share some of the discussion that we had in our first couple gatherings as the sort of park reopening subcommittee. I thought they were really good discussions. I certainly learned a lot about the challenges with Fairview Park. A lot of our initial discussions centered on the other parks in the city. And I'll say one of the things I really appreciate is that that staff supported opening as many parks as possible. So one of the philosophies is one of the sort of objectives we had was, you know, acknowledging that to reduce crowding and to reduce gathering, it helps to have as much acreage as possible. And so I think that was one of the driving principles in our conversations about strategies to reopen parks. Certainly prioritizing the health and safety rules and regulations and recommendations in response to COVID, high priority with the mask wearing and the necessity of physical distancing. But we did have a lot of discussion on this sort of conflict between, do we absolutely need to require continuous movement? Really, what is the harm of doing, we say passive use of sitting in a grassy area as long as there is that physical distancing? And I did see under the governor's order related to parks, there was this long list of things that you can do. Among those park activities that are allowed are meditation, yoga, outdoor photography, picnics, with the clarification that it's with your stay-home household members, throwing a football, kicking a soccer ball, as long as you're not gathering. And so we had a lot of discussion about, part of reopening park space is this, one, everybody recognizes the value of being in nature, the necessity of having some opportunity to stretch your legs, get a little bit of exercise, get some fresh air. We talked a lot about the concern, acknowledging that many of us have our own yards, which makes it easy for us to get a little bit of a break from being stuck in our homes. But we've got many community members who are in small apartments with no access to their own outdoor space, many of those in crowded apartments with no access to outdoors. I've learned that our assistant city manager does not have an air conditioner, so she is especially sympathetic to the many residents who don't have AC, or who more and more maybe can't afford AC. So we talked about concerns as temperatures rise too, of really wanting to make outdoor space, especially shaded outdoor space, accessible. So I just wanted to share that discussion about, if the health rules are really about covering your mouth and keeping that physical distance, as long as people are complying with that physical distancing, and we've seen a lot of really good compliance in our community, maybe not in the first couple of weeks when it was all new, but now we have that, we really should consider allowing, sitting under a tree, putting out a blanket with your family member. We talked about the person who's been holed up in their home for 7 weeks, now being able to go to a park and just sit under a tree and read a book, about a dad and his kid being able to sit under a tree at a park and read a book, again, as long as they're physical distancing. I just want to share a couple other things. We talked about, looked at a map of the park space in different areas. So again, to avoid crowding, how can we have as much park space open as possible? There are certainly areas of the city that have great access to park space, and then we know there are areas of city that have really poor access to park space. We heard a little bit earlier tonight about the real need to get park space accessible again to that community around the Lions Park campus. So we talked about how we can, that there is park space that could be accessible now in the Lions Park campus area with Davis Field, and we don't have a name for it, but that little stretch of grass between Davis Field and the downtown recreation center, which has a lot of shade. So it was helpful to have some of those discussions, again, with the primary objective of really making as much open space accessible as possible, to allow people to get some fresh air and maintain physical distancing. I did have a question for Yvette, Ms. Aguilar, excuse me, about Fairview Park. I really appreciated the tour that I got to take with Ms. D'Agosta and Mr. Lopez. It helped me really see some of the maintenance issues, which were about physical distancing. Many of the trails are so overgrown that people cannot walk on the trails and be physically distanced, and that's a really important sort of maintenance piece that we need to take on. But my understanding with the phased approach for trying to bring trails back online for Fairview Park was that we could have some ready as early as Friday. Can you share the schedule again with the phasing of trails at Fairview Park?
Yeah, we had discussed having some open this Friday and then continuous open through the following week. I don't think we were able to solidify a specific date, but that's something that we would definitely update on the website and make sure that we had a map online so that so park goers would be able to utilize the map and identify which spaces were open, through the coming weeks. Cynthia, I don't know if you want to share a little bit more information about what's transpired over the course of the 24 hours since that meeting.
Sure. So the pink trails that you saw on the map there, and that map again was designed on Friday, and then we had our conversation with the committee on, so that will be revised. The pink trails that we are focusing on for excuse me, I keep hitting the mute, for having open this Friday will be the bicycle trail that runs from Placentia Avenue at the northern top edge of your map, from Placentia Avenue all the way out to the Santa Ana River Trail. That pretty much, people are using it now, but we have some maintenance that we need to do on it just to overgrowth again. And we do have bird nesting surveys in that area. So the surveys have been done on that trail, and we are starting to make sure that one's open. The other one will be, if you can follow that trail around to the green trail, that is the Talbert entrance to Fairview. You come into Talbert and you're at the stairs. The stairs will be open. The Bluff Trail that goes all the way down to Pacific Avenue, across to Waldorf School, up Canyon, across where the fly field is, to the restrooms, back around the Mesa, both of those that lead to the stairs into the Santa Ana River Trail again. All of that, and the Estancia High School, what I call the Estancia High School Trail, comes in off Placentia near the ball field or the football field. Those will all be open this week.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. I misheard that. That was my understanding. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to call on Councilmember Mansour and then the city manager. Councilmember Mansour.
Thank you. I think the park should be open, period. I appreciate that there's effort to open some of the trails and so forth. But I think it's ridiculous that a family that lives together can't go sit on the grass together at Fairview Park. We've got to trust people to a degree. Most people are, keeping their distance appropriately, and it's their park and they should be able to use it. At the very least, open up the green space, let them use the grass on their park and walk through it and get some open space and some needed outside time. This is ridiculous that the grass is closed. It's just outright ridiculous. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Harrison.
Oh, I'm sorry. When the city manager's done,
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple of clarifications that I wanted to make, just so that we're all working from the same set of information and facts as it relates to how different levels of government are dealing with this issue. So one of the things that is really key to this conversation is the fact that we are still at stage one. There is still an active stay-at-home order. Even with the soft reopening that we're expecting will happen on Friday from the governor's office as it relates to certain retail businesses, it's not a complete reopening and flipping of a switch that we're back to our lives as normal. And so what we do when we come to you with these recommendations as it relates to the reopening process, and in this case, the reopening process as it relates to golf courses and parks, we're being very deliberate and careful to make sure that we're staying still within the essence of what the public health officials are telling us from both the state level and at the county level. And so to the questions about families gathering in public spaces, whether it be the beach or whether it be a park, the guidance is pretty clear from the state level to the local level, local meaning the county, that pass-through use is what we're talking about in these instances still at this time in terms of where we are with the coronavirus crisis. So any kind of gathering within the park, on the ground, on the beach is still strongly discouraged. Now, it can be done, but what it would create is an opportunity for other families to do the same. For friends that we know that we may run into because we live and we commune with people that we care about. And so situation where there could be multiple families not practicing social distancing, dipping our toe back into a situation where we're gathering. At this point, gatherings are still prohibited. And so if you look at the Orange County Parks website, and these guidelines were updated just on May 1st, there are no gatherings that are allowed still. And so we're talking equestrian use, biking, walking, pass-through, but still gatherings are not allowed. Same thing with the beach. I'm looking at Huntington Beach's plan because I got my hands on it today. And it says beaches and the ocean will be closed to passive games, loitering, sunbathing, and any gatherings of people. And so you can surf, you can run, you can walk, you can speed walk, you can skip, you can dance, but sunbathing is discouraged because of the fact that it encourages gatherings. And so we're still at stage one. At some point we won't be. The cases will be declining at a pace where we can enter into the next phase. We're just not there at this time. And so I think this process of reopening is frustrating. It's new. We don't have guidelines from a pandemic that happened just a couple of years ago to rely on. And so at every level of government, we're struggling with what's the best advice. As it relates to the virus and the transmission, gatherings at this point are still strongly discouraged. And so we're seeing at the state level with the guidance, and we're seeing at the county level with the guidance, it's use it and keep moving. Do not stick, do not sit, do not picnic, even with members of your own family. For one, we can't enforce whether it's a family or whether it's a family and a neighbor's family. We would never be able to enforce that. And so what the governor is still doing and all the public health officials at every level is what they're trying to discourage is people outside of a household gathering with just even one other person from another household at this time. And so if we're going to continue to practice social distancing, we want to get to the next phase. As a staff recommendation, we recommend we stay the course, open as much as possible to the greatest extent possible, but for active use in terms of walking, biking, running, equestrian, et cetera, but not static use. That's just the phase that we're in, unfortunately. And we won't be here forever, but that's where we still are now.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Barlow, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, I did, and this is one of those situations where kind of the proof is in the pudding. Even before there was any kind of active reopening situation where friends have tried to come and picnic, including with alcohol at our parks, which has never been allowed, notwithstanding the ability to purchase cocktails to go from restaurants these days. And of course, people react with outrage when our officers have to approach. And in this particular case, we know it wasn't family members because they posted it on Facebook with the wine glasses present, that it was just trying to cheer up a friend. We understand that people want to cheer up friends, and we understand the desire to get outside, and we understand the need and the desire to congregate with our families. And so I put a chair in my front yard and had my kids, sit 20 feet away so that I could have a face conversation with them. I won't let them throw down a blanket in my front yard with me because they don't live here anymore. So we're all dealing with this issue, and as staff, we're just trying to do our very best to follow the state rules, follow the public health guidance, and not create a situation where we're going to see a big jump in cases and the council's going to turn to us as staff and say, why did you let this happen? So that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. I think it was Councilmember Guinness and then Mayor Pro Tem Stevens. Or maybe Councilmember Guinness already spoke. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens? Councilmember Guinness, can you move your hand
Yes.
raised?
Actually,
So-
I thought of another question, but it's John's
Well-
turn, so let him go.
Thanks. Yeah. So my question is admittedly somewhat rhetorical, but with 32 parks in the city of Costa Mesa and a reduction in park staff due to our budget cuts, how would we possibly enforce social distancing in our parks if we allowed picnicking in the parks?
Is that a question for the city manager, for Ms. Aguilar?
Whoever can answer it.
I'll let the city manager address it.
I'll answer that. I mean, as you know, based on the $10 million cuts that we proposed to you last week, we regrettably had to lay off 54 of our part-time employees in the Parks and Community Services. And then an additional over 30 employees were furloughed down to 0 hours. And the remaining over 30 also had reductions in hours. And so as we are addressing the pandemic and the realities of a novel virus that is still evading scientists all over the world, is highly infectious, and limited staffing, it would be very difficult to be able to monitor or enforce picnicking. And the thing with picnicking is it's delightful. It'd be very tempting for, if I see somebody picnicking, why wouldn't I want to picnic with my family as well? My family is 5 people deep. And so we could get to a situation very quickly in a lot of our parks where we're having gatherings. And so picnicking is no different from sitting at a venue and listening to music. It's a gathering, and we're just not at that phase, and we don't have the staff to be able to enforce that. And so again, we're still in stage 1. Things will get better if we stay the course. Just as staff are recommending, this is not the time, and we certainly could not enforce that.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you have anything else? Okay, then I'm gonna go to Councilmember Guinness. Did you still have a question, or you got your question answered?
Yeah, I actually have a question about Fairview Park. We're showing the path that's next to the drainage ditch towards Swan to be open. Now, I'm already getting reports of mosquitoes in the area, which is, we've had this warm spell. So do we know that everything's functioning in the pond area? Are the pumps working? Are there algal mats? I have not been out. I kind of wanted to go out. I could justify it as a council member inspecting, but then I thought somebody sees me out there, they think that everybody's entitled to be out there. So better to just refrain. So what is the status of the ponds right now in terms of their functionality?
Is that Ms. D'Agosta? Is that you?
Yes, I can take that question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councilmember Guinness, I would be happy to give you a tour out there, and that way we are together, and I've got a staff jacket on. The ponds are being kept up. It is one of the areas within Fairview Park where we have daily maintenance. We have been consistently clearing the ponds and doing our maintenance since last summer when we had that major clearing of the ponds. The mosquito counts are up. I've received that from OC Vector Control as well. We actually have a conference call coming up, and I'm going out with Endemic Environmental, which is the maintenance crew that maintains the ponds for us. So everything is status quo in terms of maintenance. The heat, the water level, the need to circulate the water more, those are the factors that we're dealing with right now. And
the pumps are working?
We actually have been using reclaimed water from OC Parks while OC Flood is working on the pump station. So
but the water is circulating. It's not just sitting there.
Correct. Yes, no, the water is circulating.
And did we apply the algicide early in the spring?
I have not gotten a report from OC Vector Control in terms of what their treatment.
No, that
has
was supposed to
been.
be us, not them. And it maybe because Bart left, things fell through the cracks. I don't know.
I think we're talking about two different treatment methods then. This
is an algicide, not a larvicide.
I understand. Since I've been managing, we have not applied. OC Vector has for us.
Okay, because I think that was part of something that we did, because that's not something that Vector, I believe, would normally do. I think that was on our to-do list. So, okay. Well, I hope that we're not sending people into a mosquito-infested area. So in addition to coronavirus, we're going to have to be worried about other mosquito-borne issues too. So we don't want to double up on our, maybe not pandemics, but on our disease risk factors here. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to close the, or I'm going to open public comment. Ms. Green, do we have any public comments that were sent in, or are there any attendees in the waiting room?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have a number of written comments that we will read into, and then we do have a couple members of the public that have raised their hands, and we'll get to them.
Okay.
The first one is from Banja Hoffman. When are you going to open the parks and golf courses? It's been way too long, and at some point you have to trust the people of this city to do the right thing. Social distancing and wearing masks. Go to Home Depot. There are many in the store shopping, not wearing masks. I'll read one more. This is from Morgan White. Thank you for your diligent work during this challenging time. We appreciate that you have solicited feedback from the community. Simply put, we ask that you begin opening up Costa Mesa immediately. Our community is suffering from the home confinement that to date has no end in sight. We feel the city is moving too slow. Opening up all our neighborhood parks and outdoor public spaces seems like a logical start, but more needs to happen and quickly. We have numerous friends and family in the medical field. Their feedback is consistent. Hospitals are well equipped to handle the COVID-19 situation. Unfortunately, the shutdown has actually caused hours and pay to be cut at hospitals. It would seem that we are now heading in the complete opposite direction of intelligent preparation for our medical system. We also fear the other health risks that do not appear to receive much recognition in public statements and communication. For example, we can't take our kids to swim lessons, which will help save their lives, and we can't schedule regular doctor's appointments that are now months overdue. Worse, we have personally observed increased criminal activity in our community. We have seen more drug deals happening on Newport Boulevard than ever before, as well as increased homeless and other folks that do not belong around our children. We think we can all say we know a few people who have been affected by the actual virus, but every single person has been affected by the mental, physical, and financial impact of the response. We do not feel that Costa Mesa is making meaningful progress, especially as other jurisdictions around the state and country begin to fully open up. We realize that opening up is not all or nothing, but more incremental. Let's let those who want to stay at home, stay home. Give your citizens the opportunity to get back to work and start the path back to normal life. We believe trust in the community to make smart, healthy, safe choices is the best path forward. But dragging this out may result in the community's trust in local government deteriorating further and ignoring the measures in place altogether. We need hope and to know our leaders have our back with a logical plan to open up. We look forward to seeing steps to open up the city we love this week. Ms. Bennett will read now.
Thank you. From C. Wolf, please release our parks. Unbelievable that we don't have access to our green spaces. By keeping parks closed, you are forcing everyone to bunch up in a few patches of green we can find. Supposedly, parks were to open last week. What happened? Why is my park still locked up like Fort Knox? Harper Park just sits empty, with all this space to spread out just wasted. Open all the parks. Trust in we the people. From Kim Hendricks, I would like to request that Fairview Park opens with certain guidelines. OCME and Harbor Soaring Society should remain closed for now. However, everyone I have seen at the park has been observing social distancing. Thank you.
Okay, did we have anybody who wanted to speak?
Madam Mayor, we have a couple more.
Okay.
This is from Mark Gleason. It is absolute folly to keep Fairview Park closed while opening every other park in the city. At no other park in the city is it easier to maintain a social distance than at Fairview. Fairview Park has not been reopened because of the need to ensure proper assessment for safe access to trails due to overgrowth and maintenance needs and proper surveying of endangered species and protected habitat. That is utter nonsense, if not an outright lie. That's the same situation as every spring and the park isn't closed. The naturalists have been out there every day. Fairview Park is a natural park. Overgrowth is natural. Mowing it down is unnatural. Furthermore, Canyon Park is open. It's every bit overgrown as Fairview, and both are beautifully covered in wildflowers. Keeping Fairview Park closed while opening every other park accomplishes nothing except to anger people due to the lack of common sense on the part of the city. I've been using Fairview Park for 40 years, and I rarely come within 1,000 feet of any other human being. Keeping it closed now is just unnecessarily punitive. I talked to a park ranger at Fairview who can't believe he has to enforce this nonsensical closure. Open Fairview Park now. And Ms. Bennett has a few more.
The last one I had is actually, he's in the waiting room with his hand raised.
Oh, okay. That does in the written comments. And now we have members of the public. I'm going to allow John Merrill to speak. Mr. Merrill?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. John Merrill, Mesa Del Mar neighborhood. I just want to point out before I get started, there appears to be maybe a 5-minute delay between your YouTube feed and your live Zoom feed. So I just wanted everyone to be aware of that because a lot of people do tune in on YouTube and then I tune in on Zoom, and I was hoping I didn't miss the public comment. This may have been covered, what I'm about to talk about. So if it is, great. If not, I do want to make a point of this. So I had sent an email to City Council asking what the compelling health concern is and what the difference is between keeping Fairview possibly open and say the Bark Park or the skate park or tennis center. So one great example is the Bark Park is primarily active use as well. You're not normally coming into a lot of contact with people. There's no documented case of a dog-to-dog transmission of COVID-19. That's so far it's been felines and humans that I'm aware of. So there's really, I don't see that there's a compelling public health concern for not opening Bark Park along with Fairview Park right now. You know, we're fortunate, you know, we have a home, we can let our dogs out and exercise, you know, but, you know, we don't have a private tennis court. We don't have a private beach like Harley Ruta. You know, this is important to people who live here. I do want to support very much that I am very happy that you are talking about opening Fairview Park, though, and in full support of that. Thank you.
Thank you for letting us know about the delay. I don't think we knew that. Thank you. Okay, any further speakers, Ms. Green?
Yes, Mr. Rutherford, please.
Thank you, Ms. Green, Mayor Foley. I just wanted to chime in again. I think this gets lost in the discussion about reopening and the economy, but this is life and death. Life and death. My father is immunocompromised. He has severe health issues, and I think about him every day in this public health crisis. So I really commend the council, city department heads, city manager, Director Aguilar for being thoughtful, methodical, and slow about reopening, because I think the people rushing to reopen really do not realize that, you know, this is life and death, and, you know, your actions are saving lives. So I just wanted to lend my voice as support for this action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Green, anyone else?
No, that ends public comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I will ask for a motion from the council. We'll close public comment. If you could raise your hand in the participants bar. I'm seeing no hands raised. I'll make a motion unless, does one of the committee members want to make a motion? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
So I'll just make a motion to approve the recommended action and ratify what's been done by the city council. Sorry, the city manager.
Okay, Councilmember Mar.
Second.
Okay, I don't see any other comments. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you want to speak to the motion other than what you said?
Just really briefly, I think that this action that's been done by the city manager is very thoughtful, and it complies with the governor's stay-at-home order. It allows for active use of our open spaces, and I think under the circumstances that we have right now, it's the appropriate thing to do. And as things change, I trust the city manager and council to make changes along the way, but I support what's been done so far.
Councilmember Mar.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly said. It's dynamic. We're going to continue changing over the next month as the conditions change. We all recognize that there's a possibility for infections to spike and for us to go backwards, and maybe that change looks like not what we want, but right now we think we're going in the right direction. So this is not a permanent ban on picnicking. This is a right now in the place that we're at this second based on county and state guidance. So no, I think it's the right thing to do. And as the situation changes, I expect the city manager is going to bring back revisions on a fairly regular basis.
Okay, thank you. I think Councilmember Mansour, then Guinness.
Thank you. So I don't know if there's support for this, but I'm going to make a substitute motion that we approve the recommended action, but open Fairview Park and also allow people on the grass.
Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. Did you have any other comments?
Well, I will second it, but I didn't catch the end of it, though. I didn't catch the whole thing.
Councilmember Mansour,
So the motion was to approve the recommended action, but also open Fairview Park and allow people on the grass.
And that would be a phased opening of Fairview Park, or just open it?
I just open it. It sounds like there already is a slow phase, but my motion would be to open it, period.
Would you support a phased opening per the discussion that we had previously? Because there is some work to be done.
You know, I think that's probably, it sounds like that's the direction we're going anyways. And, but my point with opening it now is it doesn't seem that work was so urgent before. If the trails were that broken, they should have been fixed a long time ago. If we needed maintenance, that should have been done a long time ago on the trails and so forth. I think, and I go back to people having their own common sense. I think people are staying apart from each other. I don't think we have to babysit and be a nanny state, a nanny city council. I think people are mature enough to use a park and use their own common sense to stay distant from each other. So, hey, if it fails, I don't think it's going to get other than a first and maybe a second. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I'm trying to make a point. So my substitute motion is to approve the recommended action, open Fairview Park, and allow people on the grass.
Councilmember Guinness, are you continuing to second or not?
No, I will probably have another substitute motion.
Okay, Councilmember Mansour, did you have anything else you'd like to say?
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Guinness.
I would like to offer a substitute motion, particularly because what the resolution that we have specifically says that Fairview Park is still closed. And we would at least need to add that accepting portions, unless I'm looking at the.
Hold on, Councilmember Mayor,
could I weigh in on that issue?
I'm getting to you. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Ms. Barlow, I just want to make sure that Councilmember Guinness knew I was going to move to you. So go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just want to point out that we did add to the resolution a provision that allows us as staff, the community and community services and parks director and city manager, to implement additional reopenings on a phased basis as we are able to implement and develop appropriate plans. And that would include not just Fairview, but all of the other facilities that we're looking at. So we know that we need to move forward with this. We want to move forward with this. We don't want to delay unduly by having to come back to council over and over again. So we've given some basis in here to allow us to do that as we believe it is safe based upon county health orders, state health orders, and our own assessment. And of course, the council always has the prerogative to pull something onto the agenda if you don't think we're moving fast enough.
So additionally, Councilmember Guinness, I guess my expectation when we formed the working group was that you and Councilmember Reynolds and Councilmember Chavez would work with staff and work with the others to form recommendations and recommend that to the city manager and Ms. Barlow as to the phasing and the opening up. And so that's what I would expect is happening, is that it sounds like that's what's happening based on the presentation by Ms. Aguilar. It sounds like that is what's happening.
Well, Ms. Reynolds may want to chime in here too, but I have real concern with the closure. I understand we're trying to keep people healthy, but at this point, people are used to the masks, they're used to the separation, although looking at the people at the demonstration at Huntington Beach, they obviously weren't. But I hope those weren't Costa Mesa people. But there's no gathering, there's no stopping, picnicking. And so basically, as long as you keep moving, I guess you're okay. But then we also require that there be a face mask and that there be social distancing. And so
do you have a motion or?
Yeah. Okay. But you were talking about the committee, and I feel like the committee we didn't have for our last committee meeting. Councilmember Chavez had to leave shortly after we started. The previous one, I think there was a split with two of us wanting to open more, one not, and even use of the grass at Davis Field. I was very discouraged with a sort of a we can't outlook instead of let's find a way that we can't. And I'm hoping this committee will be finding a way that we can't, as opposed to just hearing we can't. But anyway, as far as the motion goes, I will offer a motion that on section 2, city parks accepting portions of Fairview Park instead of just Fairview Park outright, because we've already said we're ready to open at least part of Fairview Park. And then I would say there shall be no gathering. I would eliminate the stopping part, picnicking or other such use, and then leave the rest of it intact. And see if I get a second. Oh,
I'm confused.
So that people would be able to stop occasionally. Well, and that
when you say, I'm sorry, Councilmember Guinness, when you say you would eliminate picnicking, do you mean don't allow picnicking or you mean allow picnicking?
No, I would eliminate the part where it says, I'm sorry. I would say there shall be no gathering, no picnicking, but use of the grass is permitted. I think picnicking you tend to have like groups and stuff, but if somebody wants to sit on the grass and read a book, it's easy for me. I could go and sit on the grass in my backyard, but there are so many people who don't have a backyard. And what we do is we cram people into 2 square inches and then we complain that they're too crowded and they're not maintaining their distancing. Well, of course they can't, because they don't have any place to maintain distancing. So my goal would be to give people as much room as possible to just be in the fresh air, to sit on a piece of grass, to cool off. We haven't made any progress, as far as I know, on establishing cooling centers, and it's getting pretty warm for some of our seniors.
That's highly unrecommended, by the way. I asked that question to the public health officials on the last call with the mayors across America, and they absolutely did not recommend that, especially for seniors. They were very aghast that that was being considered.
So what do we do when it gets really hot? I mean, we're pretty lucky.
Well, I don't have air conditioning. It's the same thing we do.
I don't either. But if I were a little old lady
anyway,
in a little bedroom, but I have a yard, and so do you.
It's no different.
But anyway, it's to me, I think that we're leaving a large portion of our population behind. And we started out this meeting saying it was Mental Health Month.
Can you give us your motion? Because it's very confusing what your motion is.
Okay.
What is your motion?
That section 2 is changed to read, city parks, excepting portions of Fairview Park, the tennis center, the Bark Park, and skate park, shall be open during regular park hours for walking, biking, and resting on the grass.
Yeah,
and then leave the rest of it the same. But we would have to take out the word stopping, because if you could rest on the grass.
Mm-hmm. It seems like this is something that, well, is there a second?
Yeah, I seconded it. I think the first time, Councilmember Guinness, that you read it, I understood it as sort of maintaining the language that says there shall be no gathering, picnic, or picnicking.
Yeah.
Remove the language that says there shall be no stopping.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought I seconded it, but that's fine if Arla seconded it. That's fine with me too.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I'm not going to support this motion. I believe the reason why we have a subcommittee to do the park access is for us to be proactive on this and to not be jumping the gun, almost to say. Not say we're doing that right now, but I think what we should be doing is ratifying what's been done already and then preparing those things to go forward. And just for the record, I did speak with Susan Price this morning about the meeting. So I was updated on what was discussed, but I just feel like we should be using that committee that we're a part of to create plans to go forward and not do it on the spot.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you want to speak to the motion?
I support my motion, the original motion.
Okay, well, your hand was still raised, so, okay. I won't be supporting the motion because I don't think it's time for us to allow everyone to go sitting around in the park. I just don't think we're there yet. And I do think that the committee needs to do that work and come up with a plan and bring it back to the council for a recommendation, or give it to the city manager and she can make an order in that regard as well. And there's flexibility within the resolution, as I understand how Ms. Barlow read it. Is that right, Ms. Barlow? Okay. She's shaking her head yes. Okay. So call for the question.
Wait, I still had another question.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
This is silent as to Hailcrest, and they are very anxious to be treated like the golf course, where they're a member-only organization. They want to be able to use their green space.
Right. That's what the committee was supposed to work on and bring a
And we said we wanted to open Hailcrest. That's the whole thing. We can't. And that's the way I feel being on the committee. All I'm hearing, and I'm hearing a lot of interest to open facilities from other people on the committee, but not a lot of, I feel like we're being stymied. I don't feel like our recommendations are being, I don't feel like this is really like a vote of the committee or a consensus of the committee. I think this is a consensus of staff with a little sprinkling of a committee on it.
Was Ms. Comer present? Was she able to attend the meeting?
No, she wasn't, but I did talk with her, and she she was told, and this was another thing, she was told by someone at the city that she couldn't be open. In our meeting, we were told, those of us on the committee were told by staff that she was never told that she couldn't be open. So which is it? And she doesn't want to have, meetings in the building, just use, they have that grassy area, which is, it's a member supported thing, and members won't.
We don't
pay to
have this
support it.
item, we don't have Hillcrest before us right now. There's been no recommendation by the committee, by the staff, or anything. I speak to Ms. Comer, she's my neighbor often. I understand. That's why I invited her to participate on the committee with you all, so that you all could work with her to come up with a recommendation for Hillcrest. So,
well, to be honest, we did discuss it, and I thought the consensus of the committee members who were there was to treat Hillcrest, to allow Hillcrest to have the grass open the way the golf course is able to be open.
Yeah, am I on mute? Okay, no, there's clearly there's a disconnect right now with the committee, how the committee is operated. I don't, based on the two conversations I've been a part of, the recommendation that came in the staff report doesn't reflect the committee discussion or committee recommendation. And we had communicated that previously. So I know the city manager is listening, if you can help us sort this out. Because we did spend quite a bit of time having conversations. It would have helped if our city attorney maybe was on that call, because she did speak very forcefully on this meeting about this item, and we as committee members had not heard from her on this subject directly. So that's a little bit of a disconnect that frankly is a little bit of a frustrating waste of time for the time that the committee members spent last week on this item. So it would be, let's please clear this up if the expectation is that the committee members should be driving the recommendations.
If I may, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Ms. Barlow.
Yeah, we certainly want to do that, and I apologize that I was not able to be on that call last Friday. I had a conflicting call. As you know, we've been busy at all ends. So what I can say is, though, that I believe that the final paragraph of the resolution will allow us, with the committee, to develop plans that would address Hillcrest, as well as the joint use areas with the school district, the city parks and trails, and any other open spaces. So if I would encourage us to schedule a meeting as soon as possible, so that the committee members can weigh in, and staff and legal can assist you in developing an appropriate plan to move forward with reopening as expeditiously as possible.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, would the maker of the motion add that the committee will regroup this week and make recommendation with regard to Hillcrest to start, so that we can get that taken care of, and also as it relates to Fairview, that there will be a discussion amongst the committee this week as to what portions of Fairview get open, and then the city manager can move forward with that.
So the city manager has something she wants to say.
I understand. I just want to know if I can.
No, I want to hear what she has to say before I add it to the motion.
Okay. Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Thank you. So I think something that we need to probably clarify before we even agree to move forward with committee structure as it relates to these recommendations is, I think that from a staff standpoint, we made the assumption, perhaps erroneously so, that everything would be guided by the public health official advice from the county or the state. And so I think that's where the conundrum lies. And so we're not recommending anything, to my knowledge, and I haven't read every single document, but we're trying to keep abreast of a really evolving situation that's very dynamic and rapidly changing. But based on the information that we have, these recommendations are consistent with what the public health officials are saying. And so I think if there's an interest on the part of the committee or the council to move faster than that, then I think we need that understanding, and we all need to go into that eyes wide open with that understanding. And
no, that's not my expectation. My expectation is that it's consistent with the public health advice. that I think is a foundational point.
And there's a second factor. So it'd be good to hear from the committee members if that is a fundamental agreement, if you will, in terms of the assumptions moving forward. Another assumption moving forward is also just resources and staff time, quite frankly. And so we're managing the pandemic response in terms of all of the work that we're doing around that. We're managing the fiscal crisis for the current year, managing the fiscal crisis for next year. And so with reduced staffing and the ability to not all be at the same place at the same time, I will tell you that teleworking is in some ways efficient, but it's also highly inefficient because you can't get as much done. And so there's a time factor, there's a resource factor. So we're hoping that the committee could help us with prioritization of what should come next, what are the next resources to bring online, and so forth. But what I'm hoping is that there'll be a sense of all of these factors as we move forward. We can't open everything all at the same time. We may be lagging behind state orders. We were a week behind the county's orders because they came out of nowhere on the golf closures. And we weren't just gonna flip the switch on the golf courses. We wanted to put together reasonable, well-informed guidelines that made sense, that were consistent with science. And so I think it would probably be helpful to have shared agreements. I apologize if the committee feels not heard. So that's nothing that we would ever want. And so as staff, we want you to feel heard. We want you to believe that we're trying to be responsive to the best of our ability. And so I understand that there's disappointment and that there's a strong desire to move forward as quickly as possible. We have limited staff and we're trying to stay consistent with the guidance. So I think if we move forward, we need to hear if that is the same understanding. Do we have shared understanding of what this process should be? Otherwise, I think we'll be in the same situation with the next park and the next. Why not the Bark Park now? Why not the skate park? How come we can't skate? And so I think we need to all be on the same page about what we're doing. Is it a prioritization of parks? Is it consistent with the health guidance? Really, what is the interest of the committee? I think would be helpful for us to understand. Otherwise, I think we'll be in the same situation, just with another facility.
Right. So just to address what you were raising in terms of the agreements. So for example, for the golf committee, we worked with the golf operators. There were things that they wanted to do that were not consistent with the public health and the at the time what was advisable regarding the county and the state, you know, the contradictions, if you will. And so we didn't do that at that time. And we waited, and then the process evolved and other things got added through the city manager and the and Ms. Aguilar. So I expect that this will occur with the parks as well, because it's going to be an ever evolving process. Today we're in this situation, tomorrow it's going to be either better or worse. And so we have to pivot or evolve. So that's, I guess, as far as the agreements go with the recovery team, that was one of the key points at the beginning of that discussion. We set forth, here are the basic agreements. We all agree that we're going to follow the health guidance. We're going to track with the governor's phasing plan. We're not going to, you know, be rebellious about it. We're going to be consistent with what's expected. So I guess that's what I would have expected with the committee for the parks as well, that it would be the same as what we've been talking about.
I have that up there.
So I don't know who can respond to that, but we have to have a basic foundation of what the committee agreements are. Is there an agreement that we're going to follow the public health guidance, or is there a disagreement about the public health guidance? I guess I hear two people on the committee say that they don't agree with the public health guidance.
No.
And so it comes to the council, and then it comes to the council, and then we're the tiebreaker. I mean, that's kind of how I
So the jumping off place was, I think, I was asked to add something to the motion after hearing from the city manager. I don't think there's any reason to do that. Baked into the motion is going to be continued discussions with both subcommittees and continued evaluation of the status quo as time goes on, and working with our community partners, including the golf courses and including Hillcrest. So that's all baked in. So I don't think we need to change the original motion.
All right. Okay, call for the question. Yes, Sandy.
I
Yes,
had my hand up still. I don't think there's any desire to violate any health order, but I don't think we've clearly seen anything spelled out, because there are people in county parks who are sitting around. I don't know whether they're in violation or whether that's consistent with the order. And most state parks are closed, but not all, at least currently. And even over time, it was very uneven. So I think we have a lack of clarity with what the public health people are telling us. And I want to know, like, what the public health people are telling us, not what an administrator's view of what may or may not be consistent. Because what I heard previously is we're not inconsistent, but are we identical? Because you could have two factors that don't necessarily conflict, but they may still differ. And for example, you could have two rules. If your rules are stricter than somebody else's rules, then you probably don't conflict with their rules, but you may be stricter than they need to be. But
So
maybe we do.
Dr. Angel, who is the state health director, her advice is that nobody sits and gathers. That is her directive and her advice.
Sits and gathers, though.
Sitting in a park and gathering. So here's the problem, Sandy, or Councilor McGinnis, my apologies. Here's the problem, is that I know it's hard. This system makes you feel suddenly like informal, so I apologize. But the problem is that if you go to the park and you sit and read a book, and 50 other people go to the park in a small little area and sit and read a book, they're all sitting there together reading the book, but now that's a gathering. That's what the problem is. And this is an example that's been described many times on many of these calls with the public health officials. So we're in phase one. This might even only be for 1 week. It could be 2 weeks, but it's maybe probably only 1 week. Let's just get through phase one. Let's get the park open so that people can at least walk through, ride through, bike through, stroll through. And then we'll move into sitting, reading a book, or sitting on a blanket. I mean, I think we just have to get through the phases. Let's just get something open at the first phase.
Okay, and then, so I think it would be helpful if we would have a clear definition of what constitutes a gathering. For example, Fairview Park is 200 acres. And if there are two people in Fairview Park at the same time who happen to be stationary, does that constitute a gathering, even though they're 100 yards apart? So I think part of it is we don't have clear definitions.
We're not going to get it.
Well, I noticed that, like the things coming out of the county on, even when they did their initial shutdown, it was very hard to interpret. So I think we all have the goal that we want to keep people healthy, and we want to keep them physically healthy, but we also want them to be mentally healthy. And I know I have a yard, and I take a walk on the sidewalk and I'm still already bouncing off the walls. So the question is, there doesn't seem to be a bright line, unfortunately. And so
the bright
therefore,
line is moving. The bright line is movement. That's the bright line. Keep moving. Keep your body moving. Like at the golf course, they're walking. They're not sitting, they're walking.
No, when they have a foursome, they stop and wait for the tee off, don't they, John?
Well, okay. Well, when you're walking through the park, you might stop and tie your shoe. I don't know. there's, let's just be like common sense about it. They're on the beach, they're moving. And I just think we have to use the guidance from the beach. It just happened just today. So, and what was read from Ms. Barlow, or maybe it was Ms. Farrell Harrison, I can't remember at this point. One of you read us what the beach requirements were, and they were clearly to keep moving.
Okay, and then there was the part of the motion, which I guess has fallen off the motion anyway, which dealt with the committee discussing Hillcrest and Fairview, which we already did at length last Friday. And I just wanted to say, I don't think it's a real good use of staff time or committee time for us to reinvent something that we already discussed and reached consensus on.
Madam Mayor, if I could.
Ms. Barlow.
Yes, thank you. We expect additional guidance from the county and from the state this week, and we are actively working as staff to look at each and every opportunity to open everything that we can. So we're not going to forget Halecrest. We're not going to forget Fairview. We're not going to forget any of them. We're moving as fast as we possibly can.
Yeah, I think the issue with Halecrest is twofold. One, it's a private, it's essentially a business, and they opening up the park is really just a place to go gather. It's not, you could open it up to walk through it, but that's really not why they want to open it up. And so there needs to be some discussion about setting forth some protocols for them to open. And I don't think that's happened yet. So that needs to happen. They've got to get some protocols to be able to open, and that can happen in the next couple of days. And I will, on my walk in the morning, wave to Ms. Comer from her window like I do and ask her to put a plan together so that you guys can look at it.
Well, she did actually forward some information, and I forwarded it to the committee.
Okay.
And so she has, you know, there may be things that staff would like to see added, but she has at least a framework.
Okay, great, perfect.
So just to
call for the question.
Yeah, let's call. But just to say one thing is, even the golf course committee is dynamic, and we're going to continue to work on stuff. And just to answer Councilmember Guinness, there are no blankets and nobody's reading a book on the tee boxes.
And
But you're stopping.
And Mayor Pro Tem Stevens didn't get everything he wanted in the golf situation either. So, I mean, it's all just, it's a dynamic situation. It's going to change every day. Okay, call for the question.
Is this the substitute motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, first would be the
No.
substitute motion by Councilmember Guinness and seconded by Councilmember Reynolds.
Okay, by voice vote.
Yes, this is the, so Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
No.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
No.
Mayor Foley?
No.
That motion fails 4-3 with Councilmembers Chavez and Mar and Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and Mayor Foley voting no. So we'll go back to the original motion by Councilmember Stevens. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Before I vote, I would like a quick comment. I will reluctantly vote yes. It's not everything I want. I don't think people should be required to wear masks when walking through a park. Obviously, I want the park open completely, but a little bit is better than nothing, so I will support it.
Councilmember Guinness?
Yes, I definitely want to go forward as far as we have, so I don't want to vote no and have anything stopped.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, before we go on to end the meeting, if I may give a suggestion to the staff, I think we're at this position, this meeting, because there was the confusion of what the role was of the committee. From my understanding, at least, the first two meetings were more informative than actual policy driven. I was under the impression that we're going to follow Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor Foley's approach with the golf courses and actually work on plans going forward. So I think if we do that, and I don't want to speak for Member Guinness or Member Reynolds, but I think if we approach these meetings with concrete goals saying, hey, when the county moves forward with phase 2, our plan is set, I think that'll make us feel more productive in these meetings. Just my quick suggestions.
Okay, so Ms. Barlow, I think it would be helpful if you had a meeting with the committee and you guys set out some plans.
We will get that scheduled as soon as possible. Before you adjourn the meeting, I do want to remind the members of the council that we still have closed session items to take up. It is 11:07. I'm hopeful that we can get through those items relatively quickly, but I don't want you to forget to call back into closed session once we adjourn.
Thank you.
Can I add one more thing? I apologize. I neglected when I was talking about the group home cases, I neglected to include the most recent victory, which was just a few days ago. And that was in the Summit Coastal case, which also we achieved a victory motion for summary judgment. So,
all right. Well, hopefully they get those motions for attorneys going.
We got some scheduled at the end of the month.
Okay, so at this time it is additional council member comments, committee reports, and suggestions. And then after that, I'm going to adjourn the meeting and then we're going to recess to closed session. But I want to adjourn it in honor of one of our community members who recently passed. So, Ms. Farrell Harrison, did you have something else you wanted to add? I saw your hand.
I just wanted to just thank Brenda Green, our city clerk, and Dame Bora and Stacy Bennett for just an incredible meeting tonight and allowing for us to be able to see each other for a change and to engage with the public and hear their voices. And I know they've been working around the clock to make this happen. So congratulations at work. Thank you so much.
Yay, good job. Okay, I'm just going to go through Councilmember Guinness. Did you have something else you wanted to add?
Two things. One is that we have not had a moment of solemn expression in our last meeting. We're still having the Star Spangled Banner, and of course we have to have the Pledge of Allegiance. I mean, we want to have it. But
okay, I'll work on that.
I would like us to bring back the moment of solemn expression. I think at times like these, it's doubly important. And then I have a housekeeping question. Do we go back to the original conference line? How do we do it?
Yes. Good question.
I will double check that. So that's a good question. I was just thinking the same thing. Let me just look real quick.
Okay, while you're checking on that, I'll just go through. Councilmember Mar, did you have anything else you wanted to add? Councilmember Chavez? Councilmember Mansour? Councilmember Reynolds?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we missed it. Okay, we will text everyone if there's a different number. But at this time, I'd like to adjourn the meeting in honor of Mary Alice Wilson. Mary Alice Wilson recently passed, and she was 100 years old. Mary Alice was the wife of Robert Bob Wilson, and that's one of our parks is named after him, as well as a school. And he was a former council member for the city. He served on the planning commission for multiple terms. She was very involved in our PTAs and our schools and the Costa Mesa Historical Society, and very involved in what was then called the Costa Mesa Hospital. She was very involved in the Republican Women of Costa Mesa, and she was a member of the First Baptist Church of Costa Mesa and later attended Calvary Chapel. And she was a very active member of our community, and just wanted to make sure that we recognized her and wished her a fond farewell. Thank you. See you all in the closed session.
I'm texting you a new number.
Okay, thank you. Good night, everybody.